ready, Barry?
Yes.
We'll call a meeting to order of the Wright County Planning Commission for March 7th, 2024. The first thing would be on the agenda is, has everybody been able to look over the minutes from the February 8th, 2024? And if so, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Do I have any discussion? Yes, Janice. Is there any discussion on the minutes? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same way. Motion carries. All right. First on the agenda tonight is a continuation of the John Terp. We closed public comments on that on the last meeting and sent it for findings. Has everybody been able to go through the findings? And I'll give it to you, Barry or Greg, to give us an overview.
Yeah, Mr. Help you out here in the Planning Commission. On February 8th, the Planning Commission did close this matter to further oral and written comments, so the record was closed. Last month on February 8th, before you are the findings that staff drafted. After looking at the record, I believe everything in it is correct. Accurately reflects what was stated on the record. The conditions are as stated by the Planning Commission and as requested. I think everyone on the Planning Commission has had sufficient time to review it. Any comments or discussion that the Planning Commission may have?
All right, do we have any questions on the findings?
Mr. Chair,
Janice?
at the last meeting, I voted against what was proposed to us all. And by doing so, and why I did so, hasn't changed. I do think that the noise and the confusion that this is going to be causing to the rest of the neighborhood is something that we as planning commissioners have the responsibility and the right to do our best to make sure that the neighborhood's views are included in this proposal. And I don't think that the question of noise has been adequately addressed. And I'm not sure that the EAW report is taken care of. I realize we don't, as a planning commission, have any say in demanding that, but I know that our county commissioners do, and I'm hoping that they would look at that in the next meeting going forward. Getting back to noise, I've thought a lot about the noise, and I've thought about what goes on up and down my street. I live on a dirt road, gravel, and we have snowmobiles and ATVs and all off-road vehicles going up and down my road. But they come and go as quickly, they come and they go as quickly as they came and they went. And I don't have the constant noise of what would possibly be involved with the next door neighbors and the surrounding neighborhood of the Mr.'s Terp's request. So in this case, I think it behooves the Planning Commission to pass on some of those views to our county commissioners, so that at least I want my voice on record that I believe that there is an obligation on the part of the Planning Commission to at least put some things in there that would answer the concerns of the neighbors. And the first thing that came to my mind was the noise, and the noise is such that ATVs make noise. Any off-road motor thing makes noise. And the easiest thing in the world to do would be to just pass something that said all the vehicles would have to be electronic because they wouldn't make noise. Now, perhaps that's impossible. I don't know. But the other thing would be to ask for more screening along the roads and the roadways going up. I noticed in the Beacon reports that I've been looking at over this past week that there were a lot of trees that were taken down along the driveway going up into the in front of the shed to make room for the shed. And I feel that, you know, that was something that we have no control over, of course, but we know that there were other trees in that neighborhood along the property line. So perhaps we could, as planning commissioners, create something that would allow for better screening along all sides of the property line, be it evergreens or whatever. It's been pointed out that the trees over on the north side of the property are buffers, but it appears from looking at the view from the satellite that perhaps the trees are more on the neighboring properties than on the property that we've been looking at. I really think that we owe it to our neighbors, the neighbors of this community, to control the noise, to control the dust, and to be able to know that the drainage is being handled properly, and that isn't going to be of a concern. So I'm prepared to make a motion to the effect that I would include that noise be addressed at this particular phase of their application for a conditional use permit, and that we consider not only that, but the dust control and the environmental impacts that would be associated with this. I conclude my motion and ask, please, for a second.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair, I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Chair, I'd like to make a comment. So remember when we took the visit in that big shed? Remember that big shed?
I remember the big shed.
That is a barrier, a sound barrier to the neighbors that are the closest.
The closest, yes.
And that neighbor had no problem with what they're doing. This is their property that also has a snowmobile,
Yes.
a snowmobile track. So those neighbors are hearing snowmobiles, and that has nothing to do with the Turp family property. And we also saw that there's covering, so there will not be any dust. So I feel as if the people that are the closest, that don't have a problem with this, is the ones that would be impacted the most. And I feel also that it sounds like it's for his kids, and therefore it won't be used that much. And we can't really tell people, personally, I don't feel like it's my duty to tell people how to run the property that they own.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, as you recall, and once again, for the record, I voted against this proposal at our last meeting as well. What struck me was just the magnitude of this endeavor. I mean, I live out in the country too. Within a half a mile of me, there's a kid that rides a motorbike all the time, and that's all I hear. That's his right to do that. I have, within a quarter mile of my home, I have a small engine repair man whose son likes to run these bikes and snowmobiles up and down the driveway, obviously to test them out. Well, yeah, that's his right to do that. And I'm not certain if you'll find anyone that's probably more leaning for property rights, those of the owner's rights to do what they wish with their property. Albeit some of my votes have not reflected that. But in this particular case, again, and I think Commissioner Thompson addressed it well, is just the noise factor. I have snowmobiles going past my place. As Commissioner Thompson said, they come and they go. They're not going around in a circle in my neighborhood. But I would agree that some measures have to be taken to alleviate some of these, what I would consider excess noise. Even sight, looking at it. I mean, Mr. Chair, I'm still going to lean against not supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I think we have to be careful upon this vote and what we're looking at. Conditional use permit is for a land alteration of approximately 4,400 cubic yards. Granted, it does say for an ATV trail and also for a pad of a building that has already been built. So I think we have to remember, we are not here for a conditional use permit for unnecessarily a public track. He's asking for a conditional use permit after the fact to move approximately 4,400 cubic yards. So I think we have to be careful about this noise and ATVs. This is private property. He is not asking for anything public. We already have, Janice, you're talking about going up and down a road with ATVs and motorbikes and sound. They have that right to drive on a public road. This is private property. We have had testimony from the applicant himself. This will be private. We have in our findings that if they allow any family and friends to come on it, it's limited to 6 weekends a year. That is taking noise into control. They're not going to be allowed to do it every weekend and every day and have a commercial. They're not here for that. We have to remember, we have a conditional use permit for 4,400 yards of material. We are not being asked for an ATV, commercial, anything like that. And I would think we've taken sound into consideration with limiting how much they can use it as a large group or a crowd or a family outing. I mean, we're putting a limit on somebody privately on their land, and they're accepting that, allowing us to do it. They could say no to it. This is their land. They're not asking for anything commercial, anything like that. They've assured us they're not doing that. If that does happen, they're gonna be back before us, then we're gonna have to deal with it. As far as the drainage and that type of stuff, they have to abide by the MPCA. I mean, they've had to go after permits and be approved, for the drainage and where that's pretty. If the field can be flat, and they could go all day long and go round and round and round and round in a corner. Just make a circle. I did it as a kid, went round and round and round and round for hours and hours upon end. Here, we've asked them to limit it to 6 weekends. And they can still do it privately, but odds are they won't be doing it that much, but they maybe will. It's their land.
How many people? You said 6?
We said family for 6 weekends is how it is in the findings. I'm not seeing that one right now.
No. But you said family and friends.
So, but that's in our findings, and we have that all laid out in the findings.
It just says family in the findings.
Yeah, so then it's family.
I'll wait.
But I have a motion.
No, I have a chance to,
Yeah, go ahead.
That I would like to say that it is a conditional use permit, and I understand that, but in a conditional use permit, you also have the duty and the responsibility to view other conditions that might be beneficial to the rest of the communities around. And those could be additional things that don't relate to especially exactly to the land alteration. And the land alteration that's been proposed is for use for a track. We saw it. It's big. It's hills, and when you ride around on something like that, you're going to make noise, and it's going to carry out to the rest of the neighborhood. And I still argue the point that if we're going to think about the tax dollars and the community's involvement in making sure that the rules are kept, that we have to be able to supply enforcement of that too. And it's going to be hard for a deputy or anyone to be constantly looking around and seeing if the noise is going to, or if it's going to be noisy there. We just simply put a clause in there about noise, then we could alleviate any costs to the Wright County government, taxpayers, meaning you and me, and the folks out in this audience, to enforce those rules. And if we would just upfront say it, it would just create less of a use problem.
Okay. Do I have any other discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Member Thompson, say what about noise as a condition?
Well, I said in the beginning that the obvious would be just to say, you can ride all you want, 24 hours a day, as long as you don't make noise, and you have a bike or a vehicle that either has an extremely good muffler on it or is an electric bike. They don't make noise. All they do is make dust, and they don't make noise.
Okay, other than requiring that any vehicle using this track be electric and not make any noise at all, are there any other conditions?
No.
Okay.
If that isn't a feasible thing to get the support of this commission, the alternative would be to ask them to do a lot of plantings around the whole perimeter. And it would seem to me that it would be easier just to ask for bikes that have really good motors, or be electric bikes or ATV.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not prepared to say that we don't get to make noise on our property that carries over to our neighbor's property.
Yeah.
And whether that's from a bike, whether that's from a bonfire, whether that's from going out and shooting or running your dogs or whatever you're doing out in the country in Wright County, I am not prepared to say that you don't get to do things that your neighbors can hear. And the screening issue, we've talked about screening, including at the last meeting. The idea that you're going to plant some trees now that maybe 80 years from now are going to provide some coverage, to me doesn't actually address the sound issue that you're talking about. It's window dressing.
So then you would agree that the mufflers or the electric vehicle would be easier on the rest of the neighborhood?
I do not think that requiring people to convert their recreational vehicles to electric-only motors in this instance or anywhere else here in Wright County is easier or more cost-effective or consistent with the spirit of our ordinance or the fact that we choose to live out in the country.
Well, it seems like we've put a lot harsher conditions on other properties that we've issued conditional use permits to than this. We've disallowed different things too that probably wouldn't be as inconvenient to the neighborhood as this is.
The way that I viewed this and the conditions that we're imposing upon this, which is a land alteration permit, and
Yes, I understand
Mr.
that.
Chair,
Yes.
that's a fair point that it's a land alteration permit, but we're not going to ignore the fact that this land alteration permit is being made to facilitate what looks like it could be a really loud, really often used public attraction. But we have imposed such conditions on the use of this. Frankly, these conditions go a long ways toward restricting one's ability to use their private property. Right? They don't get to invite clubs out. If I had a different use, if I wanted to go out and invite a trap shooting club out to my property, I could do that. If these guys wanted to invite friends that are in an ATV club out to use their cool track, they can't do that. That's a significant restriction on the ability to use their own property.
I will say this, I think it's a restriction not to impose something to address this problem on the rest of the neighborhood. They are losing the enjoyment of their property. What are we doing to protect that?
We are imposing conditions.
Yes, and who's
consistent-
going to enforce that?
Enforce what?
That they still can enjoy it. If you've got it going at 4 o'clock in the afternoon until Sunday night at 6 o'clock, we don't have any control over the noise, the number of hours in that whole time period of when the Mr. and Mrs. Turp and Dalton Turp and his family are all using the track. We have nothing in there that says that they couldn't go 24 hours.
We do have things in the
What?
conditions that say
What?
they cannot go 24 hours, that they cannot run from 1 hour after sunset until sunrise. We
well, that-
do
but-
have
but you're-
existing
yes.
applicable noise standards that do apply.
What noise standards?
MPCA noise standards. The idea that there's going to be a burden on enforcement with respect to the noise, I don't adopt that line of thinking, because we don't cause our police officers to drive around, or the sheriffs, with decibel meters, trying to look for something that's so noisy that it might be bothering somebody. Right, you guys have given fine examples of things that bother you. And yet people get to do them. And I think that with these conditions that we are imposing, we are appropriately limiting the scope of the use that we are considering, even though it is not the application that is before us, such that it is going to be consistent with the neighborhood's ability to continue to use their property in the way you expect to use your property in Wright County.
I disagree.
Do we have any other discussion? Dan?
So in going through the findings, this is nothing to do with noise. This actually is on page, this is the one thing that I was concerned about. Did the applicant receive more favorable treatment because of an after the fact? And as I viewed through everything that we've gone through, just in the discussion we've had tonight, he has received very, very very critical treatment because of the after-the-fact permit. So I think that this is very true, that he has not received favorable treatment. It has been the opposite. And when it comes to the noise part of it, it's in our findings that the MPCA rule must be followed. Okay? And that must be followed. The time is there, sunrise and sunset, the weekend hours, 6 weekends a month. I'm appalled by that myself. 6 weekends a year? I'm appalled by that on private property. But we're dealing with a land alteration. So, Mr. Chair, that I am in favor of the findings. I'm not in favor of the 6 weekends a year. I think that's very restrictive. But he has offered up saying that he would agree to it, so I'll go along with it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? If not, we do have a motion on the floor.
Mr. Chair, could you repeat the motion, please?
Can you help me with that, Cheryl?
Well, I made a motion to amend the motion.
Dan made a motion to include noise be addressed. At this phase of the CUP, consider dust included in environmental impact. Basically all that.
Okay. So that is the motion we have on the floor,
It was seconded by.
and I have a second by Ken. Is that
Ken seconded, yeah.
Yep. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same way?
Aye.
I,
Aye. Motion fails. Let it show that Dan Bravender, Chairman, Dennis, and Pat voted against, and the motion failed. Voted for. All right, do I have another motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the notice and order for approval of conditional use permit with findings and conditions as presented.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Do we have any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
Aye. Opposed, same way.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and let the record show that Ken and Janice voted against. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if we can just have a
What's that?
zero break.
We'll have a chairman's break for 5
Well,
minutes?
you can just wait before the next item. We're just executing the document.
Okay. We'll let you finish the document, and we'll go.
Mr. Chair, if the minutes could so reflect that a copy of the approval of the conditional use permit with findings and conditions was provided on the applicant's attorney, Mr. Jacob Softly, and one of the co-owners of the property, Dalton Turp.
All right, thank you. Number 2 on the agenda tonight is Zeb Haney, formerly of the Estate Development Corporation. Whoever is pertaining to that, you want to come forward and give your name for the record? Yeah, just come up here and give your name, and then we'll get started.
Hi, I'm Zeb Haney.
All right. You want to give your name also?
Kevin Miller.
All right. When you are ready, Barry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this matter has been continued a number of times, last heard in November. Since that time, there has been a change in applicant, which is reflected in the heading on the packet, which it's now Zeb Haney. This was formerly the Estate Development Corporation request. The matter was continued for township review. If the commission recalls, there was a little bit of confusion on the township's original recommendation, which just included the rezoning, but not the establishment of the PUD and indication on the road. Since that time, and with the new developers, we have received a new concept plan, which I'll go to here with the aerial. Imagine this flipped counterclockwise. The revisions that were done, for the most part, only involve two things. One is they removed all of the common open space that was part of the original proposal, so there wouldn't be any common open space. Instead of common open space, they are proposing a large, what the ordinance calls restricted lands with that existing farmstead. That parcel is now 31.4 acres. I think the original proposal, that one was 18. And then the lots that on the concept plan that's displayed, the lots above the road, which show up above the road, now get extended to the far west property line. There was a lot of common open space in the woods in that wetland. That's no longer the case. That's not there anymore. And there was additional common open space land more to the east as well, but that's all that's been removed. The lot lines have been extended to the west, and the original farm parcel was increased in size and is being proposed as that restricted lands instead of common open space. This was presented to the township Monday, and we did get a response from the township that indicates they made a motion to reaffirm approval of the rezoning from ag to ag residential, and a recommendation for a rural PUD and give preliminary acceptance that the township road would be taken over when constructed.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anything you would like to add to that?
No, that was actually a very good summary of what we did. We redrew this, and last time it was asked what would you change, there was actually 3 things, and one was an enlarging of the actual horse farm itself. So thanks for mentioning that as well.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm going to open it up to the public if you maybe want to just have a seat, and I'm going to open it up for public comment. And those coming up for public comment, I would like you to keep it to 4 minutes.
Okay. My name is Jeff Sullivan. I live at 4386 115th Street. The gentlemen who will follow me, Cody and Billy, have been asked to represent the entire neighborhood surrounding this parcel and represent our concerns. As you can see, there's quite a few people here, and we represent those who are not here, many of them also. And the reason for us speaking today is to request a redesign to this preliminary PUD. We would like it updated to show one of 2 things. Number 1, either the elimination of the extension of Eckert Avenue completely, or a complete extension of Eckert Avenue all the way to 110th or Eastwood Avenue. And the first reason supporting this request is one that I'm going to speak to, and that is a concern about the proposed length of the extension as it appears to violate Chapter 154 of the ordinances. As you know, Chapter 155059 is the ordinance that governs PUD creation. And in Section D, number 2 of that, there are specific references to the need to coordinate with 154. If we look over at 154, Section 32, letter B, regarding roads, highways, streets, and alleys, it says, and I quote, "Cul-de-sacs shall not be longer than 500 feet, including a terminal turnaround," end quote. This proposal adds 1,200 feet to the already existing 450-foot cul-de-sac for a total length of 1,650 feet. That's over 3 times what the maximum allowed in statute 154. Now, I know that you've got the capability as part of the PUD process to grant variances to all of these ordinances. And 155059, Section E, number 4, outlines what variances you can consider. And it says, variances can only be considered when, and I quote, "The variances will not constitute a threat to the property values, safety, health, and general welfare of the owners or occupants of adjacent or nearby land," end quote. And there are concerns about safety and the general welfare of us, the adjacent owners. And we think these concerns, regardless of whether you decide that there needs to be a variance for 154, should be considered. Now, Cody, who's going to speak next, has spoken with the local emergency responders and what the impact they feel this proposal will have. So I'm going to turn it over to him to talk next.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Can you give me your name for the record?
Cody Thompson. I reside at 11638 Eckert Avenue Southeast in Franklin Township. I wrote mine up so I don't ramble on, so hopefully it's about 4 minutes. So good evening, and I thank you guys for letting me speak. Introduce myself again, Cody Thompson. Live at 11638 Eckert Avenue Southeast in Franklin Township with my kids. My wife, I have 3 boys, they're 12, 10, and 8 years old. We have lived there approximately 14 years. We were one of 3 houses on Eckert Avenue when we moved in. One of the main reasons we picked this location is to live and start a family was for the space and safety it offered. To give you a little background on where I'm going with the public safety spot, I have 18 years as a police officer. I'm currently a police officer. I can offer firsthand knowledge of the safety concerns that my neighbors and I have about this proposed development. The first thing I want to touch on is the road / cul-de-sac being extended onto Eckerd Avenue Southeast and not making it a through street to 110th Street Southeast. My first concern is the amount of increased traffic with an additional 11 houses, as you can see on the map. I did some research last night and found the average American household has 2 cars, but studies show that each driver makes an average of 2.44 trips per day. To do the simple math, 22 drivers times 2.44 times 365 days in a year is just over 19,593 extra vehicular traffic in that area. That obviously doesn't include the delivery trucks that are going to be coming through, visitors to these existing houses, or the 11 that would come into play. Our road is not designed for the increased traffic. There are no sidewalks, no speed limit signs, no shoulders, no streetlights. Currently, there are 13 children under the age of 14 in this area. Many of them ride their bikes, walk their dogs, go on walks with their family. I've seen other residents just outside that don't feel with the safety, traffic safety. They actually come and walk on our streets. I feel that if this development would come through, this would take away or definitely limit some of the options of being able to go out in your neighborhood. If this development was to go through, we kindly request that Eckerd Avenue would connect to 110th Street to divert or spread out the increased vehicular traffic. This obviously would benefit public safety and the residents. I know that you guys have the fire map that was sent in. If that could be put up on the screen, please. So this map I obtained from the Wright County Sheriff's Office and their dispatch center. As you can see, we're on the border of the Delano Fire District and the Watertown Fire District. Green represents Delano and the pink is Watertown. I can tell you from personal experience, as I used to work for Wright County, but I've also called 911 off duty at my own house. If a 911 call comes in to Wright County, and then depending on the emergency call, it might require the fire department response. Because of the unique area that we are in, the calls automatically go to Wright County. Wright County gets the call and says, you're in Watertown Fire District. Wright County now has to transfer the call to Wright County, explain all the same thing, and get the Watertown Fire Department dispatched. Obviously, this can add valuable minutes and make the deputy's response essential depending on the type of the call. For example, if this was a structure fire and there was a development that is placed in there and they do not have a through street to 110th, you're looking at additional response time. Let me find where I'm at here. And again, since Wright County Dispatch was first contacted, and because of these types of fires, Delano Fire Department is automatically, when it's a structure fire. They don't wait for Watertown Fire Department to get there and say, oh yeah, it is actually a really big fire, we need you. So Wright County and Delano Fire is actually gonna be started first. So there's actually a high chance that Delano Fire is going to beat Watertown Fire. If that road was to go through, obviously the chances of increased response time are gonna be greatly. From the approximate area where it would make sense to have Eckerd go to 110th Street and force them to go all the way around is approximately, at minimum, 1.5 mile extra. If you guys have ever been in our neighborhood or in that area, the road is not straight, it's not level, and you can't drive much more than 45 miles per hour, especially in a response vehicle.
All right, let's try to wrap it up, please.
Okay, almost done. So I'll just jump to, I spoke with the Watertown Fire Department chief regarding this area specifically. He gave me permission to use his name. His name is Tom Hansen. When I asked him specifically, he stated that as a fire department, we want to see the roads go through. Cul-de-sacs are their enemy. Personally, they want to be able to set up their fire trucks, not in a cul-de-sac. There's no fire hydrants. There's no Without a through street, it's gonna be a nightmare because trucks are gonna have to keep coming through and set up tanker trucks. Obviously, the delayed response in any type of ambulance or fire truck, all that stuff is a really big concern. So, because I'll want to wrap up with my 4 minutes, I made multiple copies because I had other points on there that I would like to make to you guys. So when I'm done, I can give you guys each a copy if that works.
That would be fine. And then
Okay.
also give it to Barry so it can get
Okay.
in the record.
So I'll wrap it up there, but thanks for your listening to me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, after you do that, Commissioner Bravender has a question
I
for
have a
you.
question.
Sure.
for you, Sir. Do you know Town and Delano have an auto response agreement?
I do.
They do have that?
Yes.
So can you explain what that, I know what it is, but
Okay.
can you explain what an auto response is?
So auto response is when you have a structure fire, right? Fire departments, police departments, they might call different severity of type of calls, but a structure fire is, hey, somebody called a structure fire and we need multiple mutual aid departments to come in. So some call it AutoCAD, but Delano Fire Department is automatically gonna be started because it's right on the border of Watertown Fire Department. There's also a high chance that Maple Plain Fire Department would be called in, Montrose, depending on the size of the structure fire.
Right, and they're not gonna be waiting for that call to aid. It's an auto response. so
auto
they
response, right.
Automatically go.
Right, just like I had touched on earlier, they're not gonna wait till Watertown Fire gets there and go, yes, this is a fire, we actually need more help. It's auto response, cause they
Right.
can get there and cancel if it's something small or a misdial or whatever
Okay.
you wanna call it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman there.
Last one for you guys. My name is Billy Erickson. I live at 4308 115th Street Southeast. Speaking on behalf tonight of my neighbors. The items we want to focus on are the infrastructure impact, the impact of property values, the construction process, and being collaborative. The ask here tonight is for your help in negotiating the well-being of our community. To make informed decisions on the feasibility and the desirability of this PUD impacts the surrounding community, and we need to consider how this may or may not be beneficial to the surrounding residents, future residents, community, and county at large. Now, you have no obligation to deny this PUD, but you also do not have any obligation to approve it. So we talked about these impacts. First, I want to start with the infrastructure. We need to assess the potential strain on the existing infrastructure as denoted by the roads, the utilities, the public services, and the amenities. We need to determine if the new demand can be supported without impacting the existing residents' quality of life. Has that been determined? A new development is supposed to enhance the surrounding developments. What enhancements is this development bringing in? We're not bringing in fiber, we're not bringing in city sewer and water, we're not bringing in gas. There is not a enhancement that is being offered along with this development. Second, impact of property values. While we can argue that a well-planned development can increase property values, we can negatively impact negative effects both in construction and any one effects. These can include overcrowding, reduced privacy, increased traffic, and environmental impacts. What I can say is that with increased home value, we will see higher taxes. Now, I'm not a realtor. I can't tell you whether this development is going to positively or negatively impact the value of my home, nor can anyone promise what the future is going to bring for that. What I can, previously sold land to the west of us has been under construction for 4 years. And it still has not yet been completed. The additional development will bring in at least an additional 5 years of construction. Now, if I make a personal decision not to deal with 10 years of construction traffic, road issues, and decide to sell, I can tell you that in today's market, I will not be able to buy a home that is commensurate to what I have today. And this is verified by my realtor. We've had to already start investigating. So that is a negative effect to me, my neighbors, should any of us decide not to deal with the new impacts for this neighborhood. Third is the construction process. Now, construction can be disruptive, causing dust, noise, and traffic congestion for our current residents. We're already seeing these impacts to our roads from the construction of only 3 homes in the previous development. This has taken a toll on Eastwood, Aiken, 115th, and Eckerd. We're asking for the developer to connect to Eckerd Avenue to 110th. This would add 1,800 feet of road to the plan shown today. The extension of that road alleviates construction traffic from the current roads. This also may alleviate any bonds that are needed to replace or repair our roads, which would be 1.5 miles or 7,920 feet that would have to be possibly repaired post-construction of 11 new homes. The fourth item is being collaborative. There has been zero negotiation with this from the previous developer, the current developer, and our neighborhood when asking for an extension to the road. The developer has stated that a cul-de-sac is to preserve the integrity of a horse farm for the resale. The developer has stated that the cost of an additional 1,800 feet would no longer make this financially beneficial to them or the seller. Our neighborhood is asking for consideration for the current and future residents. There is no one here standing in support of this development outside of the developer. We want to be collaborative within this. We are at a crossroads of this decision right now for financial advancement versus the community engagement. As I stated in my opening, our ask here tonight is help in negotiating for the well-being of our community. On one hand, we have a landowner from Florida, a developer from Deep Haven, and a civil engineer from Plymouth. And on the other side, we have 18 Wright County families living in this neighborhood that are asking you to support and make sure whatever is developed on that 102-acre site is for the betterment of our residents, our future residents, our community, and our county at large. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else that would like to comment?
I do.
Please come up and give your name.
Thank you. My name is Dan. I lacked the courage in the moment to raise my hand. Glad that I did. As I sit back and listen, I think it's remarkable that the people here tonight, like Billy just stated, these are the people that live there. These are the people that live there and raise their families there. You've got the legalities to consider. You got the rules and regulations which you can work through. The ask is of the people that are here as your constituents and as taxpayers of Wright County. We raise our families there. We're not asking that it be declined. We're not asking that it don't be developed. We're asking that on the consideration of us and our well-being and our commitment to this community and to our families, that you consider that when you discuss and you deliberate on what the best decision is. We have stated that we are willing to work. As a matter of fact, we spoke behind the scenes about, can we contribute financially to make the road go all the way through to the north? That's how committed we are to it. And I do think that's worthy of consideration. And I felt obligated on behalf of my family and my children to share that tonight. Appreciate it, and thank you.
Great, thank you.
My last name is Zer, Z-E-R-R.
All right. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on this matter? If there's nobody else, then I'll ask the applicant to come forward. And if you want to have any rebuttal to some of the comments.
So some concerns were raised, and legitimately so. However, I think that some of these concerns are quite overblown. 11 homes bordering on this, or on the southern end of this property. The calculation was given that it is 2.24 8 o'clock p.m. cars per hour times 11 homes, or 2.24 trips per day times 11 homes with an average of 2 cars per home. That equates to 3.52 cars per hour. 3.52 cars per hour. Let's just say it's a 14-hour day where cars are mostly traveling 6 a.m. till 8 o'clock p.m. That's 49 cars in a 14-hour day, going by the metrics that were thrown today. 3.52 cars per hour is extremely low. I think probably 99.9% of the population of this country wishes they only had 3.52 cars driving by their house in a day. As far as extending the road north, it's just not feasible. This development, we can't create these homes if we have to extend it to the north. Notable also, or worth noting, on the southern side of this development, there are 8 homes right on the border of this that are all serviced by the same fire department we would be. If you look at where the cul-de-sac is right now, on our drawing and head south to where the cul-de-sac is where their homes are, the same fire truck has to go there. They have to go an additional, at the very far end, 1,000 feet or so. So the extra distance that the fire department has to travel versus their homes is an extremely nominal difference, and traveling the exact same road. There's no safety concerns that I have. It's a neighborhood that we all have to live in. This is going to be a nice development. It's going to create nice homes for people, and much of the homes just on right on the southern border here, some of them were farmland 2 years ago. They're living in a development just like this one. It was created the same way to create homes for people. I think that this is a very nice development. I think it's worth considering. I hope that that you do consider and approve. If you look at trying to create a road from the top of the cul-de-sac as we propose right now, north, it cuts right next to the horse farm, right next to the house, right next to the riding arena. It goes near wetlands. It's much more logical to keep it as it is. But the simple fact is we just can't do it if we have to extend it north. So I'm open to any other questions.
Okay.
When you say you can't do it, it's financially not feasible.
Correct.
No other reason.
Well, on the west side of the horse farm there, the bluffs are so steep through there and the grading. With the grades, it's so difficult to do it, you will not be able to put a street through there. On the east side towards Rice Lake, we got setbacks from the lake itself, 200 feet plus, and it buffers up next to that for construction, erosion for one, just doesn't seem to work.
It doesn't seem to work. There's some old saying about engineers, right? With a lever long enough and a fulcrum or something like that, you can move the world.
Yep.
And so I hear it's a financial feasibility issue out of Mr. Haney, I think it is.
Yeah.
And I hear you saying it doesn't seem to work. And I want to make a fine point on that, because I think under our ordinances, we have to have justification, whether it be topography or other conditions that would allow a cul-de-sac in this circumstance under 154-32B. And so tell me whether it doesn't seem to work, or of course we could make it work, we can do anything, but it would be too expensive.
So the distance from here, what would our setback be from this line right here?
It's 200 feet from here to the water.
Right. And do we have to have any distance from this line to any hard surface?
No.
Okay. And so we'd have to cut around here, though, around this. Okay. So if you look on the drawing, you see a horse arena and a field there, too, for the horses. We would be cutting through that. And it ruins that property. That's designed to hold horses. And we cut into that, it doesn't work.
On the issue of construction traffic, not the post-construction numbers and the 3.5 trips per hour, but talk to me about, in the development of 11 new homes, what's our expectation on traffic going up and down a cul-de-sac that's a lot longer than our ordinances suggest they be?
So the good thing is that if we have a cul-de-sac, there's room there. Once we build out the road, there's room to park construction vehicles along there, and will be. So I don't see a whole lot of need to be disrupting people's life there with vehicles parked in front of their houses. this established.
I'm not so much worried about the parking in front of their houses as I am the number of tradesmen that it takes to build a house. And these are going to be, I assume, custom-built, beautiful homes with lots of different tradesmen over a period of years. But I'm trying to understand from a quantity standpoint, is that, and maybe you don't know what it is, just the number of trips that it takes to build a house.
I honestly don't know the exact answer to that. I do have a real estate background. I guess this ties into one of the things that was brought up earlier. Once they break ground, it's not a 4-year process. It's not a 3-year process. It's typically 10 to 14 months from the time you break ground until completion. I've worked with new construction. I've sold many homes. I've been through this process many times. So it's not a 4-year process. I don't know if I've ever seen that, to be honest. So that ties into, it will be over a 10 to 14 month period, and you've got your typical tradesmen that come through. What is the number? I don't know exactly. I wouldn't even want to hazard a guess. I suppose we could look at a survey at some point and see if somebody has that information or data, but I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you talk about the 10 to 14 months, that depends on the absorption, right? You sell 11 homes, you're going to have all that traffic compressed into that 10 and 14 months if you sell them fast. I would assume you'd be able to sell them awfully fast in this market. But in a different market, you're talking about a longer period of time with further intervals between the builds.
Potentially, yes. Potentially. But interestingly enough, in fact, one of my friends was interviewed recently. Delano is one of the most sought-after markets in the Twin Cities metro. And so I suspect that this will go and happen very quick. I don't see this unfolding over years. I think if this construction is going to happen, it's going to be done efficiently and quite quickly.
Okay,
That's it. Thanks.
Okay.
Dan, did you have something?
Not at the moment. I will later, but not right now.
Okay. Is there any other questions, comments here?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Janice.
I'm just wondering, what do we have in our county rules and regulations about things like streetlights and sidewalks and that sort of thing? Would anything of that we have written down somewhere in our ordinances address those problems that were brought up earlier?
Not that I can recall. I'd have to read through it again.
Thank you.
Anything else? Good?
Yeah. That was...
Mr. Chair,
Ken?
Mr. Haney or Mr. Miller, you've obviously seen the former layout or proposal. Is that correct?
Yes.
How does this differ in terms of lot size, number of lots, the remaining horse farm size, et cetera?
So the horse farm size has increased. I think it was it 18.5 acres before, up to about 30.1, I think it is. I could be off by a couple tenths of an acre. As far as the individual lot numbers, the numbers are the same, but the lots were extended in length and widened in width. That's kind of a redundant statement. They were widened, sorry. So we saw an increase in the length of the lot and the width of the lots, and then we saw a reduction in the open space area.
What is considered open space now? Anything?
No, not at this point.
I see. On the cul-de-sac end of the development here, there were 11 lots in the former proposal as well?
No, there's a total of 15, including the horse farm, but 14 without the horse farm.
In the former?
Oh, in the former? So I saw round one. This is the third time we've been back, so I don't know if you're referring to the first one or the second one.
Well, I'm not sure. Here we go. It's up on the screen now, I believe.
I believe it's the same as the second round.
Right now, you are proposing, you said 15 lots total, including the horse farm?
Yes, so the horse farm isn't like a lot for development. It's just going to stay as it is. 14 lots total.
You're proposing 14 lots total, including the horse farm,
15 including the horse farm.
okay? And then the former proposal, what have we got here? 1, 2, 3.
Number of lots
4.
didn't change.
They're the
Yeah,
same.
it's the same as the last time.
Right. All right.
I think I have a printout of it here. No, I don't. Sorry. There it is.
Okay, I've got a question for Barry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Now, they're still requesting a PUD, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, along with the PUD, don't you have to have some common open space?
No, it's not absolutely required. I can get you to that in just one moment. The comment is you must have either open space or restricted lands. So I've seen developments done a couple of different ways. I know of two offhand where the restricted land was just open farm field that were left outside of the realm of the developable lots, and they weren't allowed to be built on. But I've also seen PUDs that were allowed. In fact, the development where this cul-de-sac is off of is the exact same as what is being proposed now. It left an old farmstead as restricted lands, and then allowed the PUD concept for clustered development for the rest of the lot. I'll pull it up on Beacon and show you.
So the development to the south is a PUD as well. They have some manner of restricted property, and you're saying that was the old farmstead?
So this development here is a PUD with this parcel left as quote-unquote restricted land. So it's restricted to agricultural use, even though it's ag residential zoning. Conversely, this development here, which was started in 2021 and completed in 2022, from the Planning Commission standpoint, is your more, what we would more normally see as the PUD with common open space, which is this lot here, this outlot here. And so, like I say, it's been done a couple of different ways. I will read to you, I gotta find it here, but there is direct verbiage to it in here. Just give me just one moment. Is it J? Which one, since you're there? So what it does say is, unlike common open space, restricted lands used to calculate the number of units may be transferred and/or used for private purposes unrelated to the PUD. However, restricted lands may not be developed for residential or commercial uses, but shall be strictly limited to agricultural or open space. It says that, but as noted, the PUD to the south was used as restricted land and limited it to agricultural use of the farmstead, with the one house still in existence, but no new residential development on the lot.
One other question, Barry, if I may. In the instant case here, the petition before us, the horse farm, you say it's restricted. In what manner is that property restricted
It's not
specifically?
It's not further developable, and it's not entitled to any more residential structures than the one it's already got.
Would it be ever subject to being rezoned again?
There is provisions in the ordinance, in the PUD portion, that does handle restricted lands and even common open space land, where if the development pattern in the area suggests that higher densities are taking place, then it can be. So from my standpoint, all of the property here is zoned rural residential or agricultural residential. If a pattern of zoning becomes established where you're looking at more of the R2, R2A, R1 lots, then there may be the possibility through planning commission approval or county board approval for a rezone.
So should this proposal go through, then this very development could spur further development or rezoning and development of that horse farm at some point in time. Is that a possibility?
Well, there's tons of possibilities, so yes. There's the possibility that the city of Delano at some point gets out here, runs city services, and all these lots will change, and we'll see increased densities once city services are provided. So, I mean, that's always a possibility. I've learned in the zoning world never to say never, so I'm not gonna say it's never a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up just on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
Quizzing Barry about the restricted lands. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that right down in J. The fact that it is a residential use presently versus a productive use of agricultural lands doesn't cause a problem. And it's the fact that the residential use presently exists that makes it okay to include as a restricted land versus if there weren't a residential use out there right now, you cannot put it into residential use once it's a restricted land. If I'm saying that as unclearly as I just think I did,
Actually,
I'm sorry.
I completely understand the question. What I would say is, my assumption is that's how previous administrators and this commission has viewed that.
In 155.059 J2 B.
Yeah.
Well, if you start up in 1, right, it says, in general, the creation of restricted lands shall be for the purpose of preserving productive agricultural land while providing for the clustering of residential sites on non-productive land. Right, that's basically saying if you got some farm that you can save it. Put your houses over here where you're not growing a good crop. Then you go down into 2 and B, and it says restricted lands may not be developed for residential or commercial uses, but shall be strictly limited to agricultural or open space uses. And so, I mean, we're reading that, at least historically, to have grandfathered in residential uses that would otherwise not be allowed.
Yes.
Am I tracking that?
Yes.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, Member Malberg, if I could, Barry is very mindful of the history of the Planning Commission going back. I mean, Barry's worked with 2 other prior zoning administrators, and the first one he worked with was one of the original ones that helped develop our ordinance we're dealing with now. So Barry's very extensive knowledge of our ordinances there. But with that said, this Planning Commission can change its interpretation if it feels that that prior interpretation was incorrect, and there isn't an equal protection issue that would come to light. So if this Planning Commission feels that that prior interpretation was incorrect, then you can change the interpretation now and how it reads to more of its plain common meaning.
You can change it to tell me that that's now the meaning.
Yes.
You have any more? Or are you still pondering?
I'm just pondering.
Okay.
Fine.
Does anybody else have any comments, questions, thoughts?
I have a question. Sorry. Is there anything to stop you from building this expensive road, hugging it up tight next to the arena, tight next to the house, tighter than you'd typically have for a horse farm? You'd wipe out the paddocks to some degree, the pasture to some degree, and create another couple of lots on the lake side of the road and call it a wash. I don't know, is there anything in the rules that, it seems to me like a PUD lets you do a whole heck of a lot of things. I think I'm seeing a lot of sense in a through road right now, but I also understand the value of a big horse farm. And if we sacrifice the one, that being the big horse farm, and somebody's gonna have to buy round bales and square bales and bring them in, but you have horses, you've already made poor financial decisions, that's just gonna keep going. Is that, I don't know, a way to think about saving the development?
So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused by the question. Are you asking if the cul-de-sac remains as it is that a way of saving development, preventing further development?
No, not if the cul-de-sac remains as it is. I'm hung up right now on a through road issue.
Right.
And appreciating that it will be expensive, but that you can do it, and that it will deplete some value. It's gonna cost you in the road, it's gonna deplete the value to some degree of the horse farm. But it's also gonna potentially, I would assume you're gonna capture another couple of lots in there. Maybe you make the size of lot 10, it's 5.1 right now, maybe make that 3.1 to be consistent with the rest, and you can probably squeeze in a couple more lots and sell them off, and maybe the financial hit to the road isn't so bad that it's not feasible anymore.
Well, I think there's a few things there that would probably, the short answer is no. So going back to the road extending forward, so we're gonna have a road right along a very steep grade down to the water, which, what happens when the water runs off the road and goes down and erodes down that hill going down to the wetland down there? That's probably not good. Could we theoretically do that? No, because it ruins the horse farm. I mean, so I don't know how, where would we put those lots? So you have a road going through there, but where would the lots, where would the additional lots be?
And that's what I'm asking, is whether you wouldn't have the ability, whether you've studied it, whether you would have the ability to have lots there or not. And if you haven't studied it, that's a fine answer too.
We have studied that a little bit on when it goes through like that, we got the setback from the lake, so our building setbacks are shallower. Plus, they're like this. So how do you build a house on? I mean, you can, but then it's got retaining walls, everything else you're building up. It's just doesn't seem to work from a construction standpoint.
Well, that goes back to that doesn't seem to work issue for me.
Well, when you got a bank that's steep like this, you try to build a house on that.
Well, no. I get the, if it's like this and like this, you're gonna have to do things, but I'm trying to get a little bit of a finer point on whether you've put pen to paper on it or whether you've gone out there, looked at it and said, well, we're not gonna.
Our engineer did look at it. Our engineer did look at
Okay.
it, and that's what he kind of came up with, the steepness of it.
It's just gonna cost a lot more
It's
to
gonna cost a
engineer
lot
and
more,
build
and you
that
got a lot
site.
more retaining walls for lots and stuff like that.
Difficulty, everything.
It's difficulty, and then the length of the street, you gotta put in 1,000, 1,100 feet more street for a couple extra lots. It just doesn't work.
And in the end, it's not a couple extra lots. It's one more.
Yeah.
Based on PUD standards, there's only one more available site here.
Wrecks the horse farm.
So conversely, Member Malberg, and for the developer, I mean, one way to accomplish that is there again, you take out lots 4 and 5, you add the 6th or 16th lot in, you make 3 lots in between what's labeled as lot 10 and lot 8. Is that kind of what you were thinking?
I didn't track those tiny little lot numbers, Barry,
Okay.
as fast as you just talked.
That shows it bigger on my screen.
Can you put the road in? This is kind of fun, playing developer, right, with not having a stake in it. Can you put the road in south of the arena, south of the horse farm, over to 110th, and rejigger the lots so that you're retaining some of the open area that you've got out there in 7, and including that with the horse farm so that somebody could still hay the thing and put the horses out?
I don't see how.
And what is it about the don't see how? Is it the road that's the issue? It can't be that it can't be the horse farm acreage that's the issue, because that was only 18 acres the last time this was before us.
Yeah, but the 18 acres where the road would extend through south of the farm, that's flatter land. Everything west of it, it's steep. Steep slope, steep grade. It's flat a little bit till we get to Lake Shore, and then Lake Shore just drops straight down. So that is farmable along there where they can make their own hay, whatever. But when you put the road through there, you're gonna take a lot of that away. So now if they wanna have horses, they don't have really a pasture to keep their horses there.
Right, but why not capture some of 7 and/or 8? We're just drawing lines on a map when we're doing these things.
I can't see the numbers either. Would you have your larger?
Up towards the corner of Eastwood and 110, at the corner of Eastwood and 110th is lot 7. Just beneath that is lot.
If from a developer's standpoint, we could add additional lots and it was workable, most developers would say yes, but there are other factors. Does it wreck the horse farm as it is? Does it make it a way, does it reduce the, we increase the size of the lots? In the process, we came up with the plan and extended the road just a little bit, and we made the horse farm larger, but I don't see any way we could really put additional lots in there. And it's not even a financial part. If I could, it would be beneficial for me to do so. The horse farm is very nice as it is, and running a road right through the middle of that, right up next to the wetlands and the slope down to the wetlands with runoff and erosion, it's just not doable. From that side, that's not even the economic side of it.
Do you know a lot of horse people?
I grew up with some,
Yeah.
yeah.
They make interesting decisions. I'm betrothed to,
My grandfather had horses, my great-grandfather had them.
yeah.
rode 'em.
I have a closer familial connection to horses than that. And people love their horses, right? And it looks better with a pasture, and people would still use it as a horse facility, even if those things weren't there. But it sounds like it is not feasible from your perspective to pursue that. And that's a good enough answer for me. Thanks.
Do I have any other questions or comments? Ken?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Haney, it appears that there's a very vigorous drive here to save that horse farm. Why aren't you willing to sacrifice the improvements on that horse farm, run a road through, demolish the buildings, add more lots?
A few reasons. Probably I could say at least a couple. First of all, the people selling the property wanted to retain it as a horse farm and the beauty of it so that somebody else could enjoy it down the road. They love it. It's their passion, and they want somebody else to enjoy it the way that it is. Secondly, I concur. I think it's very nice. I wouldn't want to mess with it like that. Mm-hmm. It's beautiful property. And in the process, on the backside of on this large property, we're able to create some other nice homes. But we just, first of all, we can't, and we just don't want to.
Basically, then, it's not an economic issue, it's just simply you don't want to.
It's both and.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Haney.
I have a question.
Janice?
Well, I've been a horse person all my life, and I've had a lot of horses, up to 12 at a time. And I appreciate the fact that you want to save the farm. I do appreciate that. Is it your intention when you are developing these other lots now that have more size to them, are you hoping to entertain the idea of having the owners?
We stop and hang out with our horses, and if you'd like, I could give them your contact information and make that happen. But no, I think that decision is made by the future owner of that horse farm.
Okay.
We can't dictate what a person wants to do in their.
No, I didn't know if that was part of the overall plan in the future, is that something happened where the neighborhood could use that horse farm.
So, like, maybe the neighborhood would purchase the horse farm, or?
No, I just, if I was somebody that lived in that neighborhood and I knew that I could stable my horse there, I would probably pay whoever the developer is of this concept maybe a lot of money each month to keep my horse there.
Well, I'm not in the horse farm management business at this point in time. But I get your point. I think it'd be nice for a lot of people to be able to do that.
Maybe
But
you
that
should
would-
buy maybe you should buy the horse farm and include it in your lot sales.
I had thought about it.
Yeah.
I have 2 kids yet in the house, and the youngest one's 3 years from graduating from high school, and we don't want to disrupt them from where the school they're at and what we're doing. And I've moved too many times already.
Well, I guess too, what I was thinking is if, it was part of the development concept, then maybe the idea of bringing the road through somehow would be more feasible too. It's just another thought of mine. It probably has nothing to do with this, but
To add something in, I
for everybody, where everybody's living.
took board for many, when we were seeing these types of things and the ability was there, we wanted to see the road run through. I understand what you're saying, but looking on this area map and the different topography you've got here on the iPad, you're dealing with about 10 feet of slope to build a road. I don't think it's impossible. And when you bring up, and all this talk about a horse farm, I'm a farmer. When you start talking horse farms, it's livestock. You've got a large building there, it's probably gonna be more than 1 or 2, and you wanna preserve this horse farm so animately. Personally, I have a concern that we've heard about home values and all that kind of stuff. And this, when it's ag land, it's ag land. I'm gonna fight vehemently for that person to have all the livestock he wants. It's ag land. We rezone this and put it into a new zoning. We add in 14 brand new homes. And you said you're a little bit experienced with livestock. I'm very experienced. It creates a lot of manure. It creates a lot of flies. You're having high-value homes come in here, and you're going to create flies. As far as the owner wanting it, it's a beautiful horse farm now on a large acreage. That's what they own, and that's what they have. They no longer want that. They want to capitalize on their land, sell it, and move on. So that, to me, doesn't hold a lot of water. So we've been asking for a road to go through, and you really don't want to do that. I see it. For safety-wise, we always said that in the township. If we have a through road, it's easier to get rescue, safety, all of that. There's a lot of farms in Wright County that are close to roads. My home farm that I grew up on, we're right on the edges. It splits right down the middle of our home farm. So it's not abnormal to have roads within 100 feet of buildings and that. So I believe it would work. I mean, you're not saying it's financial. We can't consider finances up here. Part that I really look hard at is trying to save this horse farm and not wanting to run a road by it. You're gonna have livestock amongst 14 brand new high-end homes, I'm assuming. I know what livestock do. I know flies, I know manure, I know smells. People in the country don't like smells. We haul manure on the fields. The neighbors come out and they get very unhappy because in the middle of the summer, they want to do things and they have I'm not against, it's in the land use plan for rezoning, that's fine. But when we're sitting here discussing this horse farm and protecting it, we can't build a road to protect a horse farm to the whatever direction is towards the top of the map. That's all dry land, that's not swamp. Horses can go in woodses and be in trees and shade, and they're not out in the open. You can buy hay to bring in hay, you can put a road along that back side, and yeah, it might take up the field, but it will work. It can be built. Erosion, people figure erosion out, culverts, people do it all the time. We have properties in Wright County that go down hills towards lakes. They come up with ways of making rain gardens, channeling it into the lakes, doing whatever has to be done. So it's a possibility, So as far as rezoning, I'm not against rezoning, but all this argument to save this farm and we can't put a road back behind there, I think has to be strongly considered. Any other comments or thoughts? the board want to proceed?
So I have a question, Mr. Chair, on the, so this is for rezoning now, and this would probably be for Barry. If this is approved for the rezoning part of it, how much wiggle room do we have with the way the plot, or way it's laid out now in a PUD district? And also with this road issue?
Mr. Chair, Member Bravender, maybe I should take that one. From a legal perspective, now would be the time to outline what your concerns are when you're dealing with a rezoning application versus the next step. If you don't like the concept before you, now would be the time to seek a change. And if the applicants aren't willing to do that, now would be the time to do a denial.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns?
I think the major concern for me is that we have in our ordinance in 154.3, whatever it is, that we have to have a 500-foot limitation. That's the maximum on a cul-de-sac. There's a reason for that. On Rick, that's also in the ordinance, to stay away from that type of development. So the question I have before this board, would a through street encourage that type of traffic where it's not residential traffic, or is it just gonna be servicing the residents mainly?
Mr. Chair, when I look at the map, when we talk about that concern of all of a sudden you're having people shortcutting, right? That's really what that is.
Yep.
Here, if that road went all the way through, the two options are to go down to the dead end of Eckerd. I shouldn't call it a dead end. There's probably some public road right-of-way that indicates it's a cul-de-sac on some plat from back in the day. But anyways, the road ends there, right? So you're not, there's no outlet there where people are gonna be rushing through to shortcut anywhere. And then it goes on sort of a winding path to down 115th over to Eak. And I don't think that there's a non-local incentive to use a through street. Use it as a through street here, I think.
I happen to agree with that. I do. I just wanted the board to look at, because that is a part of that ordinance too. That's the first sentence in that ordinance. So I just wanted the board to address that also. I am also of the mindset that in this area, when you're gonna put in a development of this magnitude, that the through street is gonna be something that I would be in favor of, having that through street to 110th Street. And I understand a property owner wanting to do something in a particular way to save the beauty of the property. It can also be done in a way that property, we've been there, and when you stand up by that horse arena, that's the highest part, if I remember right, about the highest part of that property. And as the road heads down towards 110th, the developer may have to give up a lot. It may have to happen. And I don't see where that would change, in my opinion. That, you might have to lose a lot because of that. But that's kind of the way I'm thinking about it right now.
Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Can I make a comment on Mr. Bravender's comments? Giving up a lot and then the increased cost of the extension of the road is a significant amount, a very, very significant amount. I know that we're not supposed to take into consideration of building it or what the cost is, but it just giving up a lot and then extending that road all the way up, even extending the road by itself makes it unworkable. But also giving up a lot is, we can't build.
And I know you're working with formulas, but I also know how to work. And the cost of that development gets reflected in the cost of your lots.
Any other?
Is that a yes?
In theory, yes, but I know the numbers on this, and it doesn't work.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
Mr. Haney, a 31-acre horse farm amongst a number of lots on the north side, south side, lake on the east side, larger lots on the west side. What would be that particular properties, and you say you're knowledgeable in real estate. Now, what in your opinion, under that hypothetical situation, what would be the highest and best use of that horse farm?
Highest and best use, I think, is as a home for a person who wants to have horses and can also house other people's horses there or their own.
Even though it might be amongst large residential lots, high-end homes. In other words, couldn't we step toward the highest and best use opinion on this being ready for development, even though you'd have to sacrifice the buildings more than likely, extend that road through? But on the other hand, wouldn't you be gaining 5, 6, possibly 6 more lots, 5 lots, let's say? So would the highest and best use still remain as a horse farm?
So I think there's two answers there. There's a monetary answer, and there's a, do all horse farms have to become developments component and prong? I don't know if there's a objective answer to that one. Could you make more money if you carved up the horse farm? I don't think you probably could. I don't know what the final sale price of the horse farm will be. It's probably going to be fairly significant, but I don't know. I haven't run the numbers on carving up the horse farm. I hate to say it, but I don't have a desire to. It would be, I think it would be a shame to take down a very nice home that's been renovated recently, and it is a extremely nice horse arena there. And
It would seem to me that the home could remain on its own separate 3-4 acre lot. In my opinion, what would be sacrificed would be the outbuildings and the paddock or the arena that's there. So the home, in my mind, has value. It would not be in the on the list of things to demolish. I mean, a person could incorporate that into another lot coming off of Eastwood, and therefore you'd have the opportunity to run that road all the way through to Eastwood. That's in my opinion. That's all.
you know, I don't have a desire to tear down the horse farm at this point in time.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's a question as long as we're here on this issue for the restricted parcel. If we're allowed this way, the idea that you can start renting out the stables for other people's horses, does that fall within, it does not fall within the residential use. Does that fall within the agricultural use?
I would say, my interpretation would be that boarding horses is one thing. We don't really get into people boarding other horses. When it comes to riding, that is completely different. Riding stables are an interim use. As an interim use, I would say, yes, that would definitely be out of the realm of what the restriction would be.
Right, but they're not going to come ask for a interim use permit.
I'd deny the application if this were to be considered restricted lands.
Could you repeat that answer, please?
I would deny the application if this were left as a 31-acre restricted parcel.
Thank you.
The only way to then accommodate that, if that was desired, would be to put the common open space back in and make this one of the lots instead of a restricted large farm parcel. It's
that's fine.
there again, as mentioned earlier, it's fuzzy in this sense with this plan already. I would interpret the word restricted fairly briskly.
That's fine. I just wanted to probe that use versus on the restrictions or restricted parcels a little more. Thanks.
And from all ends of this, it's limited to 9.99 animal units anyway. As a rezoned property and as a property that's in the land use plan for rural residential, it's limited to 9.99 animal units, or 1/2 animal unit per acre, up to 9.99 animal units. So even though it's 31.4 acres, it'd only be allowed 9.99 horses. Wouldn't be allowed to reach 10 animal units by feedlot rule. So even if that facility has, 20 stalls in it, they can't fill them. They're limited to 9 horses and a pony.
Okay, Chair, I have a question for Barry. So then, if a road did go through there, let's say, I don't know how big roads are, but
66 feet for the right-of-way to extend all the way through. Surface of the road is gonna be whatever the township engineer says it needs to be, 22, 24 feet, whatever the requirement is. In this case too, I mean, there was discussion about, erosion. Well, then you have to have a stormwater engineer go in and engineer your stormwater retention ponds. We see that in a number of developments in the preliminary plat stage. So, I mean, all that's doable.
so then what it would shrink the horse farm to how many animal units?
It depends upon the acreage. If it's 5 acres, it's 2. If it's 6 acres, it's 3.
If you
And
added
so
the-
on. I
if you
mean,
had
just
the-
keep going the calculation until you get to 9.99, and that's where it has to stop, regardless of the acre.
How many, I should ask different. How many acres do you think a road would soak up of that 31-acre farm?
Not that much.
So you'd still get,
66 feet wide by whatever the distance across is, that's probably 1,000 feet.
It's 1,200, I think.
so you'd still be able to have the 9, give or take. Maybe 8.
Again, depending upon the size that lot becomes. You run the road through, that portion of it east towards the lake is no longer part of that lot. That is now a separate lot by definition. Once the street goes through, that's its own lot. So the acreages aren't combined. Each lot is then taken separately. So you're now reducing that 31-acre farm parcel to something probably more on the lines of 20.
And how many animals can you get for 20?
9.99.
Oh. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, Barry, that's 9.99 animal units. How much is a horse in
1.
terms of animal units?
A horse is 1.
1, okay, very well.
Yeah, the units are all based on the amount of manure produced per 1,000 pounds of animal. I believe a goat's 0.3, a dairy cow's 1.4.
Chickens are pretty low on the scale.
0.0003, I think it is.
Okay, so to get my head around this, and what would be a beef cow?
In general, a beef cow up to a certain weight is 1.
1?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess, does
Tracy's
anybody-
taught me well.
I guess I'm gonna ask the applicant, how do you want to proceed? It sounds up here like the board really does want to see something else with the road going through it. You could continue this and go back to the drawing board and see if you can come up with something a little different according to what discussion has been and the questions that have been asked. I could ask for a motion and bring it to a vote. It may or may not pass. you'd
Withdraw
have
and
to kinda-
reapply as well, Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
They can withdraw and reapply at a later date as well.
Or you can withdraw and reapply at a later date. You kind of have three options here. I'm going to leave it up to you, but I don't know how the board is going to vote. You've been listening to all of us, and you've been listening to our concerns. So it's kind of, I'm going to put it onto your shoulders. How would you like to proceed?
If I can ask the question first, if I put it to a motion, can we return?
It depends on what the motion is. I mean, if we deny it, then it'll probably go for findings, for the attorney to write up findings for denial, consistent with denial. And then it's 6 months, is that correct, before you can reapply?
Mr. Chair, it's rezoning. I believe it is 6 months.
Okay.
And that would be from the date that the county board acts.
Yes, that's correct.
So kind of in my mind, your best shot is to continue it, go do your numbers. And if you want to withdraw it, you can withdraw it, call in and withdraw it, and we'll take it off. Or if you want to bring it to a vote next month with some changes or no changes. I mean, you don't have to make changes. You can go back, look it over, say it's not feasible, this is what we're gonna go with, and bring it back to us next month with no changes. That's still your choice. You don't have to make changes.
Or we can bring it back with changes too.
Or you
right?
can bring it back with changes, and you don't have to pay the fees and all that kind of stuff. We're just gonna continue it until next month,
Okay.
or next meeting,
I think that's what we'll probably opt for at this point in time.
to continue.
Yes.
Okay.
I would recommend any substantive changes will also get that township approval again.
Yeah.
Because there again, they've voiced approval of this concept with the road.
Or would they have a meeting by April?
They meet
4th?
they meet the first Monday of the month.
So, yeah, technically you would be able to get in front of the township on.
Dan, Member Bravender, sorry. You talk about how the townships don't like cul-de-sacs, but this one did. And we so often give deference to what the townships tell us. Do you have, as a guy who sits on the township board, do you have insight as to why they're okay with?
On this particular one, I do. They're not adding a cul-de-sac, they're just extending it, so they're already taking care of one.
Thanks.
Does that change the perspective of the board?
Sorry.
You need a motion to find that out.
Yeah, so do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to continue this till April 4th, giving the applicant time to look at his plans and make a decision whether he wants to change some things or not.
Mr. Chair, could I also add Member Bravender to that if there's any substantive changes, he needs to meet with the township prior to the April 4th meeting?
What he said.
And I'll second that.
All right, motion made and seconded to continue to the April 4th meeting, and so the applicant can take a look at his plans and meet with the township if there's any changes. Do I have any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Hey,
Opposed, same way. Motion carries. We'll see you on the 4th.
Thank you.
All right,
you.
Mr. Chair, and for members of the public, this matter is continued to April 4th at 6:30 PM will be the start time of that meeting. This is your notice. There won't be anything mailed.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kreiser, is public comment still being accepted?
The board has not closed any public comment in this proceeding.
Very well, thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute chair break.
we can borrow. That's assembled kind of. But we can cover it with rock. Yeah, Chip, move it up there. So I'm at a meeting right now. And we took a short break.
New temp.
And we'll send it to you. and
Yes.
They're all coming.
We'll call the meeting back to order. Number 3 on the agenda tonight is Chip Bauer. If you want to please come to the podium, give your name for the record, and we will get started.
All right. Chip Bauer.
Right, Barry, when you're ready.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the property is roughly 39 acres located at the northeast corner of Etna Avenue Northeast and County Road 39. Property is currently zoned agricultural and is in the Northeast Quadrant Land Use Plan as agricultural as well. This request is to rezone the property to AR Agricultural Residential with a proposed 3-lot residential subdivision that would be applied for pending zoning approval. Existing property has one entitlement, which is an existing farmstead. We did get information or recommendation from Monticello Township, which is in your packet. They have recommended denial of the request. We also have one other neighbor that has requested the property remain agricultural in nature. The County Highway Department has looked at the property and has indicated that if approved and the subdivision is approved, the lot along County Road 39 would be allowed an access with the appropriate permits.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anything you would like to add to that?
No, I would, yeah, I guess I would. When the township looked at it, I missed a meeting. I had a grandkids at a hospital, but that's irrelevant. I wasn't able to even speak to it. However, in addition to the comments they did make, with several board members indicated that they would be okay with the land division. However, they didn't speak to the zoning issue. They felt that was more on your board.
Okay. I guess anybody up here? Otherwise, I'll open it to the public. If you want to just have a seat for a second, I'll open to the public. And is there anyone here that would like to comment on this matter? Please come up and give your name, please.
Kelly Bobick. As a major player living across from the proposed land of the original 1895 farmstead, I am in support of the land change from ag to residential to allow for 4 10-acre lots. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on this? If there's nobody else that would like to comment, I guess you can come back up in case there's any questions for you. And do we have any questions or thoughts here at the board? Or do we want to proceed? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the applicant. I guess my question is, for this request, one of the things that we're always asked to look at as a board is what is the uniqueness of this property in asking for this request?
Do you want me to try to define that for you?
Yes.
I guess that being said, we were tasked really what's rare and unique about trying to define what this property has in relation to the rest of the ag residential, whether you went R2, you would do the PUD or whatever. But in this application, what is rare and unique about this property? Unfortunately, the board and the commission doesn't define rare and unique for me, and I highlight that in my back pages and my supplemental stuff. So I'm standing here before you trying to figure out what you're asking for when I say rare and unique, because it's not defined anywhere. It's ambiguous at best. And so I don't want to be mean about it, and I understand where the lines are drawn, they're drawn, but it seems to me that from a prior land use, go back to prior to 2007, it sat in the same land use as the property to the south of it. And when the new land use was adopted, it was excluded from that process. And now we have, of course, property to our south that has the ability to do what we're asking for, and we don't.
Mr. Chairman,
Are you, well, hold on. Are you finished, Dan?
I'm yielding to.
Oh, you're yielding? Okay.
so that rare and unique, it comes up every time this comes up.
Yeah.
So let's start with not the hard task of what's rare and unique about this, but instead let's start with what's different about this tract than any other similar tract out in Monticello Township.
Fair. Did you, the supplemental that came through here, it starts to whom it may concern.
Yep.
And I talk about the bordering properties of this. Number one, on the majority of the properties that border this property are all subdivided into smaller parcels. We are indeed adjoining, County Road 39 separates us, but we are indeed adjoining property lines. We were asking for a similar subdivision as to our neighbors. And if you went to the east, it's just really a quarter of a mile. We have a 2-acre lot right there. We have a 4-acre, we have a 4-acre, and it proceeds. One of the most unique things about this, if you we want to keep talking, is this property really only has 8 acres that were ever tillable. It's absolutely useless as far as large equipment and stuff. At best, it was a hayfield. They do till it right now, but they pour a ton of fertilizer on it to get some crop out of it. And if you looked at the land use, if you looked at the rest of the use, you know, prime farmland soils maps, you looked at wetland maps, you look at the resource overlay maps, and they really don't say anything about it being really agricultural at all. There's real no huge benefit to it. It's a high contours, it's 80% of its grassland, and it's to the contrary, the land that was developed to the south was high and black. It was good stuff. And so when we look at it, well, how does that relate? And we're much different and better to develop as far as the res property.
Right. So if and I'm probably the worst one on these. What I struggle with what you just said, and all of that makes sense, right? This property would be better if we developed it because it's only got 8 acres and the rest of it's scrubland or wasteland. Beautiful, mind you, but not productive.
Okay.
But if that's our standard, we can throw out our zoning maps altogether because everybody gets to walk in here and say, disregard the zoning. There's some houses nearby. I think it's a better use for this property. And when I look at this one, and I appreciate the reasons that you give us, right? You've thought about it.
Oh, sure.
I can't find a compelling answer for myself as to what's different about this property than other properties generally. And I really struggle, I won't get to, I don't think, the higher bar of that outlier, right? That rare and unique circumstance that justifies us making the decision now that the township and through a collaborative process in the next couple of years is going to be going through, right? Where that future land use map is going to get looked at again, and there'll be designations, and I think there's going to be a whole host of property like yours that's going to get the designation you want.
I do not own this property. Okay.
Fine,
Okay.
the Bartle property.
Yep.
There's going to be a whole host of properties that will realize their better use through appropriate zoning practices. And that's where I stand.
Do you want the floor back, being you yielded it?
Yeah, I'll take it back. I guess I just have a couple comments. I was reading through the full comment from the Monticello Town Board, and it was interesting from the town board's perspective that they weren't opposed to the lot division, but they're opposed to it because it's not zoned in the land use plan for that. So I would like to do a site inspection on this property and to give the applicant time to meet with the town board I think that it's important that, because they said that you weren't able to be at that
I was not
meeting.
able to attend, no.
And I'm on a township too, and it makes a big deal or difference when the applicant speaks to us first, because we're able to converse and get their whole, I guess, proposal for that from their point of view. So in my mind, I would like to make a motion to continue this to April 4th for a site inspection and give the applicant time to meet with the town board and present his request to them. And if they come back with the same response, that's the way it's gonna be, so.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, and
Can I get a second first, and then we'll open it for discussion?
Dan,
I seconded it.
Janice seconds
I
it?
second it.
Barry?
well, it seems that we've had a couple of commissioners make comments. It would be, I think at this point, behoove other members to potentially make comments if they have them at this time versus running right to a motion.
Okay, we haven't voted on it, so we are still open for discussion. Is there anyone else that would like to discuss? Any comments?
Can I,
I guess what I would like, I'll make some comments on it. Again, following some of the rare and unique, but I think planning and zoning, in the maps, if you look at the land use plan, on the south side of the road is in ag res for future, if it's not already rezoned. Someplace we have to have a line, so the township at one point in time must have said 39 is gonna be the line. And then you also have transition area coming in from the city. So in planning and zoning, you're gonna want an area of agricultural going into the transition. And we've talked about ag land all the time. When we talk about tillable land and stuff, this piece of property is, to a point, interesting as far as a 40-acre piece. I mean, you've got, that's agriculture. I mean, we've discussed agriculture all the time. It doesn't have to mean corn and soybeans. It's open land, it's wetlands, it's swampland, it's rural country. And to put two homes on it, you're putting it right on top of a wetlands, because he said much of it, there is not a lot of building site there. So it's a transition area between ag and motion. If we have no other comments, I have a motion to continue this for him to meet with the township until April 14th, our next meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Clarification,
same
Mr.
way.
Chairman, April 4th.
And a site inspection.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh, and a second.
April 4th.
April 4th would be the next meeting.
okay,
And there won't be any notices or anything like that. We're just continuing the meeting.
sure.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, number 4 on the agenda tonight is Logan Wolf. You want to come up, give your name, please, for the record?
Yes, Logan Wolf.
All right, Barry, when you are ready.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a 2.9 acre property located along County Road 37 northeast in Monticello Township. It is zoned general agriculture and designated in the northeast quadrant land use plan as resource lands. It's kind of on the fringe of Pelican Lake, so it was included in that resource lands designation when we adopted that as part of our plan update in 2007. The property has been granted conditional use permit for a contractor's yard in the past. That was for another business. This is a potential buyer looking at it for his use. The applicant is requesting interim use permit for as an asphalt contractor to use the existing 50 by 72 pole building. Requested outdoor storage areas that were included as part of the previous request. Same areas in general would be used as that exterior storage. Should be noted there are 3 buildings that were built on the property without permits and in violation of our accessory structure standards. This applicant is proposing to remove those as part of this request. The only comment we got was from Monticello Township, and they have recommended approval.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
That pretty much covers it.
Okay. I will, if you want to have a seat, I will open it up to the public. Is there anyone that would like to comment on this matter? Gentleman there in the back, could you please come forward and give your name for the record?
I am Chad Bennett, and I'm here with my wife Christine there in the back. I'll make this quick. I know it's getting late. We live on the property which would be directly to the west of the main parking area where Logan would be parking his vehicles. And we've had the chance to meet him. We're excited to have him as a neighbor, and we fully support you granting him this interim use permit. So,
Okay, thank you.
sure, thank you.
Mr. Chair, thanks for coming and doing that.
Sure.
I remember Mr. and Mrs. Bennett being here a few years ago when I forget who the applicant was.
Colton Henches.
It was Colton. And we had all these discussions up here about, my gosh, what are we going to do for screening? Right, holy cow, it's right on top of the neighbor. And it is a rare occasion where a neighbor not only doesn't raise their hand to say, don't do this, but shows up and says, I'm in support of something, though it is going to impinge upon your free use of your property. You're going to hear your neighbor's use, and you're going to see your neighbor's use, and yet here you are. So thank you for coming and voicing that.
We're more concerned about who we live with than where he parks his vehicles. So, like I said, we're excited to have him as neighbors. We've met him, and it's a young guy trying to support his family, and we're not ever going to stand in the way of that. So, thank you, appreciate it.
Question.
Hold on, I've got another question for
Okay.
you.
I just have one question.
Sure.
With the former business that was in there,
Sure.
are there any complaints that you had with it at that time?
No, I know he has the 3 sheds that he's in the process of taking down. We know Colton well. I actually kind of like that he had the sheds there because it was more room for him to get all of his stuff in, out of sight and whatever. But no problems at all. Zero, zip.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to comment? Gentleman there in the back, please come up and give your name, please.
My name's Michael Curtis. I own the property next to this gentleman that wraps around his house to the west. And the reason they didn't have a problem with the last company is because that's their daughter and son-in-law. There's quite a bit of noise that comes out of there, but like before, it's their property. They already had the permit before we bought the place. So we never said nothing. And then, but with asphalt and stuff, I don't want there's a lot of noise. There's heavy equipment, there's noise. And with the asphalt, we just don't want the smell. And I also spoke to the neighbor to the south of us. And they're still in Arizona, so they didn't get the thing to come. And they're opposed to this also.
Okay.
So, I got cattle back there. That's my pasture that butts up against that property.
Okay, so you're the one with the property with the water?
Yep.
Okay. All right, do we have any questions?
The one immediately adjacent, not the longer driveway that wraps to the back?
Nope, that's my neighbor to the south.
Okay.
And he also, they're still in Arizona, and he opposed when I told him about it. That it?
Yep, thank you.
Thanks. Oh, I guess part of it, I didn't know he was buying it, but when I did look up the permit, it said by the landowner, and it shows that someone else is owning it. So I just wouldn't want the extra noise and stuff, and so,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on this? If not, we'll bring it back up to the board. If you want to come back up, please. Does the board have any questions, thoughts?
I have a question.
Janice?
Hello. With your equipment that you're going to be bringing home at night, are you going to put that inside the big shed then? Is that the plan, or are you planning on keeping it outside?
Some of the trailers and the dump trucks are going to stay outside, but all of the smaller equipment is going to be parked inside.
And how many dump trucks or big equipment will it be?
Currently have 2 dump trucks, but I put the permit in for 3 in case we do get another one. And as far as like the smell goes, as the previous guy mentioned, we're not making asphalt on the property. We're not laying asphalt on the property. There's really no smell that's going to come back with any of the equipment. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Dan, did you have something?
Nope, she took care of it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Dan?
Mr. Wolf, do you have any product that you store on site related to your business?
Generally, no. Right now, we do have a few pallets of crack fill that I would store inside, but those are just cardboard boxes filled with blocks of rubber that we use for crack filling.
Okay. You heat it up, melt it?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments, concerns? I guess when you talk about crack filling, do you do roads? Or is it strictly crack filling for driveways and that type of stuff?
We do projects for, like last year we did a project for the city of Blaine. We did approximately 80,000 pounds of crack fill for them. But all of these larger jobs that we have are gonna have like home bases where we can stage everything. Like all of the crack fill will go there and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, we do pretty much everything from commercial to residential, seal coating, crack filling, paving.
Okay.
So
will you have packers and all of that kind of stuff
No.
stored out there?
No.
Just strictly it'll be dump trucks and?
Yep, it'll be the 2 dump trucks. We have a seal coat trailer. I have a personally owned dump trailer that'll be stored outside. We have a hot box, which is like our patch machine where we run around and keep asphalt hot for the day and do pothole patching and things like that. But nothing will be conducted on site, and after we leave the site, that's when everything is started, other than obviously the vehicles. But we're not gonna like start and let the crack fill trailer, for instance, heat up on the property for hours on end, where that could produce some sort of smell, but we generally don't start anything until we're at the property or at the site where we're gonna be conducting the work.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, concerns?
Well, I have one more question.
Janice?
Have you given any thought to providing any screening for the exterior storage?
I have not at this point. I do know that there are quite a few trees surrounding the area, but I've only visited the property 2 times, so I don't have like a in-depth knowledge of exactly how everything is there.
But you wouldn't oppose to just doing a little bit of screening if somebody from the staff would suggest that to you?
I would not be opposed to looking into it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, have you seen that aerial view that was up on the screen here a moment back?
Yes.
Okay, now there's a number of vehicles or trailers parked there. That's not your...
That is not my equipment, no. We have a purchase agreement that is has a condition upon the approval of this permit.
Okay. Your place wouldn't look like that, would it?
No, we would have we would have 2 dump trucks, likely the 2 closest to the pole barn, and then in the I guess that yellow area is where I would just back in some of my smaller trailers that we have.
And it's provide quite a bit of screening from that side of it. There again, with the staff report, you know, based on the conditions of the previous one, I got to put that in there, that there was a tree planting requirement that does not appear to be there in this aerial. And so that's the reference to the screening was because of that. It was referenced specifically, but it does not appear to have been done. The previous plan had where the berm is, that was designated as a tree planting area, but what I think happened is that it actually ended up being a berm. They bermed it instead of planting trees, is what it looks like.
Okay. And the berm's like 30 feet tall. It's a giant berm. It's not a 4-foot tall. We don't have to worry about the traffic on 37 being annoyed by the sounds from the yard.
Or even seeing it. I mean,
vice
you
versa.
can hardly see the pole building from the highway.
I drive this every day and I've never seen this.
Commercial contractor's yard in accordance with the discussion, plans, and narrative held on file with the following conditions. Number 1, all work must be conducted off-site. Number 2, business-related materials must be stored inside the building or within the areas indicated for exterior storage. Number 3, applicant must live on the property and have the property homesteaded prior to operations commencing on the property. Number 4, existing buildings built by the previous owner must be removed no later than August 1st, 2024, and I'll stop right there. That would be according to plan on file with the buildings indicated with an X through them. Is that required to see something like that?
No.
Okay. All right.
That, and Mr. Chairman, since you asked the question, that date was just kind of a placeholder so that you would discuss it. So that's
Okay.
not a definitive. I'm just throwing out a suggestion of putting a date on it.
Is that date okay?
Yes, the buildings are actually going to be removed before I take possession of the property.
Okay, and that would be,
End of April, we don't have a specific date set in mind yet.
okay, thank you. All right, I'll continue with the motion. Number 5, all signage must be in accordance with the county sign regulations. Number 6, any change in use or expansion would require an amended IUP. Number 7, this permit shall expire upon transfer of the property, termination of any lease agreement, or change in business ownership or operations. Number 8, township to review in 1 year, with subsequent reviews at an interval established by the township.
Right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same way. Motion carries. Thank you.
Good luck.
All right, number 5 on the agenda tonight is Susan.
Louisiana.
Okay.
This is like the state.
I'm not real good with names, so
Just like
sometimes
the
it's
state.
safer.
It's a state.
Yeah. Barry, when you are ready.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a 2.4 acre lot of record parcel that is just east of County Road 12 and borders the North Fork of the Crow River in Marysville Township. Property zoned ag, and it does have, has a floodplain overlay, which according to the most recent flood maps that we were provided by FEMA, which was since this application has actually been taken in, the entire property is listed as actually floodway. There is some information on the applicant's materials where the surveyor has indicated a location that's different than what our maps show. So there's a little bit of discrepancy between those two pieces of information. However, this request is strictly for a land alteration to move and bring approximately 1,365 cubic yards of material onto the property with the hopes of a building or for potential building pad, but also just to give enough, in talking with the applicant, enough elevation to actually make the property usable as well. The placement of fill is a conditional use in the floodplain area, both the floodway and the flood fringe. And so this application in and of itself is just for that fill. If there is the potential for a house in the future, there is going to need to be communication with FEMA, the DNR, as well as some other agencies to figure out whether that's actually a doable project here, because houses themselves are not allowed to be built in the floodway. So I'd need some clarification from FEMA if at some point they're looking to actually put a house here because of the floodway designation. That being said, as mentioned, this is for fill, not for a house in and of itself at this point in time. I have provided the plans to you that were provided by the applicant. The township has submitted a response that they're not making a recommendation, but have concerns with truck traffic on the township road in the bringing of the fill to the site. And so they would like to see something on the lines of an inspection prior to and post fill being brought in with any expenses incurred for damages bore by the applicant. In the event that they were to get approval for this and come in for the house, the Buffalo Fire Department has submitted a statement indicating that they believe that 22nd Street is sufficient for fire access. So that was another comment that we have received. And we did have one neighbor who expressed concerns and is asking the alteration be denied.
Thank you, Barry. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
Well, when we initially purchased this property, it had an old rundown house on it, an old rundown trailer, a old shed that was full of garbage that was collapsed. We went in and cleaned that all out just to improve the property. And once we got everything out of it, realized that it would be much easier to maintain by putting in 2 acres. So it kind of takes care of itself, and then we would just be cutting it down in the fall. And so it would preserve it, it would improve it. It's a beautiful piece of property. And then Inland Water would help us with what the best way to plant it and maintain it.
But I didn't hear a house in there.
I don't think we'll ever do that. And we never bought it with that intention. It was kind of an afterthought that we have a building entitlement on it. And so when we met with planning and zoning, the reason that the sketch has a house drawn on it is because they said we had to apply for everything all at one time if we ever wanted to put a house in there. And so that's why we did it. And so that's what's Barry's shaking his head, so.
But I guess where I'm trying to get now to get clarification on the fill, there's a hole there from your cleanup?
Yes, well, not a hole,
Or not a
but a
hole,
dip.
but a divot
Yeah.
or a depression?
Yeah.
Where you would like to be able to come in?
Right.
And fill that depression in, make the property
Right.
level, seed it down,
Right,
and then future use is future use.
right.
Okay. Is there anything else here at the board, or otherwise I'll open it up to the public?
One more question. So there is no house on this piece of property?
Not any
Because you
longer.
took it all down.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anyone that would like to comment on this?
Let me sit.
Well, if I get a taker, the crowd is getting less, so. Is there anyone that would like to comment on this matter, or any thoughts on this matter?
I mean, I'm listening, I don't see why not.
If you want to comment, I have to have you come up and give your name. All right.
He knows where the property
Yeah.
is.
If you want to come back up, and I guess, how does the board have any other comments, concerns, questions? Dan?
I do, is anybody from the township here?
Yeah.
Oh, I see him. So so I can address this with you? Because we've had to deal with this very thing in our township before, and with the road issue, I mean,
you
that's
want, you
all
can
I'm
just-
concerned about is the road issue right now. But I see that, and you were asking the resident to take care of inspecting the road?
So the way we're looking at it right now with that going in there and it's
Yep.
low to start with,
Yep.
we're pretty sure it's gonna tear up the underbelly of the road.
So what we did in our township in this situation, we actually took a lot of pictures of the road before it started. And then when it was all done, we took pictures again so that we could have a visual of what was happening to the road, and had a requirement that the road be put back the same way it was before they started.
That's exactly what we proposed.
But as a township, we're the ones that did that. We didn't ask the resident to do it.
No, we're not telling the residents to do it.
Okay.
We're telling the residents they're gonna have to pay for it if it gets wrecked.
Exactly. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
So when we went to the township meeting, they requested that we get a hold of the supervisor to come out and inspect the road before we start hauling.
Okay.
And then take pictures, and so that was the
Okay.
agreement that we would do that. And then it's hard to know how long it's gonna take to actually get that volume of fill. I don't think it's gonna be a week, it could be
Depends on how
months.
many trucks they
Right,
have.
right. So
And how
I don't know
fast
if
they
it's
do
gonna
it.
be 5 months or 2 months or, but then when the project is done, I'm sure that they'll, because they do maintenance on the road anyway. And when we're done, then we would have to notify them that the fill is done.
Yeah, but just to give you an idea the way things go is that if you have a contractor come in and say, yeah, we can do it, and they might have it done in a week,
Yeah, that would be nice.
because it's just, once, okay,
So, but yeah,
thanks.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Hickman, Supervisor Hickman, hi, how are you? Do you know what the capacity of that road is, load capacity?
we don't, and that's the problem, because it goes through a low spot, that whole thing is real low. And that road's been in there for who knows when. And so it really would vary, because if you come in with a dump truck, is way different than if you come in with a belly dump or an end dump.
Now, you're saying that the substrate, the base is bad news, or just,
I would assume so, but don't know. I mean, I have no way of knowing short of digging up the road to see what's under it.
yeah?
It's my experience, I'm sorry.
And right now, it's just a dead-end road, so it's a very low maintenance or very low
Sure.
traffic road.
And as long as you're up here, Mrs. Louisiana, now you're ready to take on that liability should this proceed?
Yes,
Of improving the road if destroyed or
right.
damaged? Okay, very well, thank you. Thanks, both of you.
Dan?
Mr. Chair, it's my experience that about 90% of the township roads, at least in our township, have black dirt under them. There's not much of a base there.
I'm kind of started thinking that's what this is, because it's not a highly used road. In fact, coming by this property, we come by it to our home, which is on the dead end.
Right.
So we're the only people using that road other than, and that's what he says, we're the only people using it other than the garbage pickup and the mailman and
Right.
stuff like that.
How does it look in the spring with the garbage trucks and such?
It depends on the year. This year, without much snow, it wasn't bad. And there's only one spot that's kind of, it never is between the highway and where this property is usually. It's further towards the end of like where the field is, where we live.
So you live down the end of that road then?
Yeah.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or concerns? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I would move to approve the Louisiana petition here to move approximately 1,365 cubic yards of fill needed for her project, and to comply with the township's request for taking responsibility of that road should it be damaged from trucks coming in with fill.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Barry?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I recommend a couple of additional conditions. One would be that stormwater and erosion control measures be installed prior to any land alteration occurring and remain in place until vegetative cover has been established. And also that immediately upon completion of the alteration, that the disturbed area be immediately seeded and protected from erosion, which would be consistent with some type of blanket or mulch or other material to protect the site from erosion through flooding and/or any other type of stormwater.
So you're referring to just the parts that they're raising to be seeded?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, well, it's just that way, if for some reason we get a high rainfall, we want to get that grassy cover established as soon as possible, so if it does flood there, that it doesn't carry all of that material downstream. The stormwater and erosion control measures are things like silt fences, which protects, if it does rain, any material that moves on the site is going to be stopped by the erosion control measures. In a flood, they're not going to do any good. And so that's why we want it covered as soon as possible once it's completed. You don't need to cover it while you're working on it, but as soon as it's completed, hydro seeding is a great option. There's seeding blankets they can put down. All of this help keep the soil in place if flooding was to occur.
Barry, is there any component to that that's, and I'm not smart enough about this stuff, but like the blankets and stuff, I've seen conditions about the type of blankets being laid. Organic is not the right word, but so that it's not like plastic materials that we are contributing to the river when it floods.
I don't know the proper terms for it either. I'm not versed in it enough myself.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would have included it.
And have components of the stuff that is establishing the natural vegetative cover being non-natural components. And if the idea here is we're trying to stop the dirt from floating and polluting the river, seems to me that the materials being used to reestablish the vegetative cover should
Be organic in nature.
Yeah.
Biodegradable.
Biodegradable might be the right word. I don't know what the right word
Better
is.
term.
Organic, because that gets you into a whole nother,
I want to put a whole bunch of compost on top of
I
it.
think that's good.
just so it's biodegradable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I have a motion. You have to, do you want to amend your motion? Does somebody want to amend their motion?
Sounds like overkill to me, but ma'am, is
Well,
it okay
and
with you?
it's- Well, I think what's the confusing part of, we don't want it to be, the part that's being raised has never been underwater. It doesn't flood there. Not hauling anything into the areas that are lower. So, not that we wouldn't protect it, but I don't know how Soil and Water does, when they come in and they propose to seed it and protect it.
They can help you with that.
They're
That's
gonna,
kinda what
they're
I'm
gonna be all
guessing.
over it.
Yeah.
And they're the
They're gonna
ones that
make
are-
us look as dumb as I just sounded.
Yeah. And they're the
We
ones that are gonna have to have-
just sounded.
Do I still have the
Exactly.
floor?
Ken?
And, and it's, yeah.
Okay, so generally those conditions are okay with you then? Could we say something simply that you'll abide or comply with soil and water
Right.
recommendations?
Sure.
Keep it simple.
Conjunction with,
I'm sorry?
I would say
You have some
for the
suggestions?
second part that I added, if that's what you want to use, go ahead and use it. The first part is a separate condition that should stand. And that's the stormwater and erosion control measures, the silt fence, log roll, or silt rolls, those types of things. That is a completely separate thing that needs to be in place. We require that for all other sites that don't get flooded. Except for the after the fact, the first one on the meeting, we didn't include it because it's already, but the ones that all the land alterations that we do, we include that as a condition.
Barry, would that be something that the contractor would automatically put up then, or not? So we need it in the motion. in other
should.
words.
We need it.
But they don't always.
Okay, I'll agree with that thing in the motion, and then secondly, we can just simply say abide by any other conditions set by soil and water. Sound okay with you? And did you have something to say down
yeah, no, I'll second that.
there? Oh, okay,
Yeah, no.
thank you.
So Dan, we're still on discussion.
No, we're not, come on. Call the question.
Before we go any further, reading the township comments, they have a sentence in here that says township road maintenance staff has the right to stop the project for concerns of the township roads. Is that something that is addressed in your motion? And I get the point of this because of the road, the way this road is, if it's not used, and all of a sudden trucks start breaking through that top and going into that sub base, they're gonna be disappearing no time soon. And I get that point because it's actually saving the landowner a lot of money if the trucks just keep going. So that's why I brought that up from the township comments. I'm looking over at the attorney, but he's looking away from me, so.
Mr. Chair, could I defer to Supervisor Hickman on that issue? That sound reasonable, or is that what township wants?
That was his question.
That is what we wanted, because nobody knows what's under the road. And we don't know whether it's a dump truck or a end dump or a belly dump or whatever. It could be a mining truck. So what we're afraid of, once you start pushing the road down, what's gonna happen? And like Dan said, if the road starts giving away, we gotta be able to stop it before we end up with no road.
Right.
You know, I mean, it'd be a lot different if you knew they're coming in with a 1-ton pickup versus a 10-axle truck. You know, we have no way of dictating what's coming in there.
Maybe there should be some discussion on limiting the size of these trucks.
Yeah, we've
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know that,
1,300 square yards doesn't seem like a great deal to me.
it was like 90-some dump trucks, I think we figured.
Tandems?
Yeah.
Really? Never mind.
Quad axle's 15 ton.
So, but that's why we put that in there, is because nobody truly knows what's gonna happen.
Okay. Well, ma'am, is that okay with you?
That,
That they can stop the project, township
yeah, and
officials?
so do you randomly come and inspect it then, or is it up to me to do that?
I'd assume we'd have one of our maintenance guys just, because you're gonna let him know when
Right.
you're gonna haul.
Right.
He's gonna take a look, take pictures of the road, so we don't blame you for something that's not there prior.
Right,
And then he'll, if you know you're hauling, he'll periodically just check on it.
and I can let you know too.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure the dump truck drivers would know if there's gonna be a problem. At least I'd assume they would.
All right. So that's,
Fine.
okay, then it's okay with me.
Greg, did you have something you wanted to comment? I could see you over there thinking.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we generally have applicants in these instances enter into contracts with townships and provide security and outline this procedure through a contractual agreement. If we're looking for an approval today, I clearly cannot draft, I'm not a township attorney, I'm not gonna draft a contract for them on the fly, but if that's something that we're looking at getting, then I think we need to have a continuance.
Who else is serviced by this road?
Just us.
Nobody.
Is there any other, like, lot down there ready to be purchased? And
Nope.
so the person who will be harmed if they don't rebuild the road stands before us and is the person who's going to hurt the road and then cause the road to be fixed. I don't think we need to waste
Can we
money
call
on
the question here,
lawyers.
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
I agree.
I have a question, call the question. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same way. Motion carries. So with
Thank
I
you.
think we got everything straight for you. All right. Number 6 is Adam Paintsnab.
Paint job.
I'm just gonna let one of you guys pronounce
do it.
the names for me. When you are ready, Barry.
Just 1 second. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the property is a 2-acre site that sits along County Road 8, southwest in Marysville Township. It is zoned agricultural and is in the US Highway 12 corridor land use plan as agricultural as well. It is considered a lot of record as it was divided out prior to the 1978 ordinance going into effect. The applicant was before the Board of Adjustment in February of 2024 for a variance to operate a auto repair shop in a building that is less than 500 feet from the nearest neighbor. The Board of Adjustment did grant that variance at 405 feet from the neighbor to the southeast. The request is for a small auto body shop with hours of operation Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, in an existing 840 square foot building, which is below the 2,000 square foot building limitation allowed for a home extended business. There's expected workload of approximately 2 to 3 vehicles a day. We did get listed approval from the township with a requested review in 2 years. And another response from a neighbor that has concerns with the road safety. They are not opposed to the garage itself and has submitted some more information that is all contained within your packet. And I do believe, no, that's all we got. Okay, that's what I got.
Okay. Is there anything you'd like to add to it about the scope of your business?
No, I just want to keep it small, just myself. I know noise worries have been raised, but I'm gonna do everything inside. I'm not gonna be working outside, so it'll be the noise of pulling a car in and out, not building derby cars or race cars with open exhaust. I think it's gonna be minimal disturbance to the neighborhood, and I think it'll be beneficial. My neighbors can come free if they need repairs.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this matter?
Mr. Chairman, just one quick thing. We did receive another comment, and I'm just looking it up here. I'm pretty sure I know where this is from. We did receive a recommendation for approval from the neighbor that they received the variance from, the one that's 405 feet. So we did receive comment from them, and they support the request.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'll ask, gentleman right there, if you want to just sit down. Please give your name for the record.
My name is Michael Spike. We are the neighbor straight to the east, the ones that sent the letter saying that we were all for Adam starting up his business. I know there was comments about building a fence or something like that. We really don't. There's a beautiful tree line there. I don't think we want to stare at a fence when we look out our window. So just wanted to come here and show our support for our neighbor.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on this matter? If not, we'll bring it back up here for the board. Does the board have any questions, concerns on this type of a business and what he's asking to do?
Mr. Chair.
Ken?
Mr. Painsham, I'm just kind of curious now, you do oil changes and flush transmissions and all that, right? Now, when you store that used fluid, are there regulations that you need to abide by, by the state or the county or whomever?
To put it in appropriate containers, and then I'll have it pumped by, like I said, there's OSI is a company that can come out and pump it.
Okay.
Legally.
So you just store it on your property?
Yes.
Until they come and pump it out? Okay, thank
Dan?
To approve an interim use permit for a home extended business for an auto repair shop, and all must be contained within the building. 4, all business-related waste must be properly disposed of or recycled. 5, satisfactory building final inspection is required for the building.
Okay, a second.
I would second that.
All right. Open for
Mr. Chair, if I could, just the one condition, I believe it's number 3, all business-related items must be contained within a building. We're dealing with an auto repair shop. Does the planning commission feel that business-related items are vehicles that are waiting to be worked on or are concluded being worked on and are parked on the property? I bring that up because if you've been on this planning commission for 14 years, you know we dealt with this previously.
You beat me to my
Okay.
punchline.
I kind of know the property. There's not a lot of room for storage there.
Well, I agree, but I think we need to put a number on vehicles stored outside, whether waiting for or waiting for pickup. Otherwise, we've had other things in the county where things get a little cluttered.
And I've worked for shops in the past. I don't want the liability of customers' vehicles. They're possibly getting damaged by hail or anything, so if there's a number that I can't have, that's fine.
Yep.
And I guess I would add to that there'd be no more than 3 customer vehicles stored outside at one time.
How many did you say?
3.
3. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's okay with me.
Mr. Chairman, one other comment. The conditions that were placed in here were part of one somewhat similar that we recently did, and in that case, they were building a new building for this. I'd like to strike condition 5 and reading it now, which is the final inspection, because they're not building anything. It's an existing building that's on site. I missed that when I wrote the motion.
Oh, I was assuming that there was improvements being done that had to be inspected.
No, they've done improvements to the building already that we've taken a look at, I believe.
Okay,
Okay with you?
I will strike number 5.
It's okay with me.
Do we have some discussion down here, Pat?
My only discussion point was whether there was anything to do with the driveway issue. And, I mean, even I don't know, I'm assuming it's a relation, Amanda, right?
Yes.
Saying, I keep meaning to get a hidden driveway sign put in here because of the traffic and the near misses that have been out there. We are adding a little bit of commercial traffic out there. Seems to me that if the owner wants the sign out there, we could help prompt that along, but it's just my observation.
Mr. Chair.
I'm not asking for an amendment.
Sarah say it's okay?
No.
No, okay. I was gonna say, that's up to the highway department. And generally what Sarah would say, we already have 10,000 signs in the county that people don't read. What's an extra one gonna help?
In more general terms, they indicate they looked at the site distance. I did see this, and I did have a conversation with both our highway engineer and our traffic engineer, and they're indicating there's sufficient distances there that that type of sign is not needed or would not be approved. They could further study it, but they don't want, it's something that they could do. It can't be a condition that this commission can make that you require it or anything else. That was the indication we got from them. And, you know, those types of signs can't be placed in the public right of way by an individual either, so.
Agreed. Barry, did I miss that in the packet?
No, that came in after the packet was
Okay.
done. I got the final email from Highway on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I thought it was an open issue, but it is not.
Okay. Did you have anything, Janice? All right, we have a motion. Is there any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same way. Motion carries. All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 7 is Kayla Barthel. You want to give your name for the record, and we'll get started.
Kayla Barthel.
All right, Barry, when you are ready.
I got to get to it. Better back up one. All right, Mr. Chairman, this is a 1.5 acre site at what known as French Lake Corners. The commission has heard a couple of different requests for here. It was rezoned to B1 and then rezoned to B2, and then a conditional use permit for a 3-unit building with a portion of it to be a liquor store, another portion to be a contractor's yard, and a third, which is the middle unit, to be storage. This request is to divide that middle unit into 2 pieces. The original request as submitted was to also include an interim use permit in a portion of that for a truffle shop. That has been withdrawn as part of this request. So they're not actually looking for the IUP approval for the truffle shop, but just the adjustment to the IUP that allowed a 3-unit building to now allow a 4-unit building with the middle unit being divided into 2 parts. We do have a view of the structure. It's been built since the 2000 or prior to the 2003 aerials, and this was the floor plan layout with the truffle shop as part of it. And so in talking with the applicant, they still want to go through the process of potentially splitting that into 2 units, even though the truffle shop isn't part of this request anymore. I really don't have a whole lot more to add. French Lake Township has submitted approval of the request, and we did get another comment, Mr. Chairman, from I don't have an actual name on it. It's said to come from Our Savior's Lutheran Church, in which they're recommending the denial of the request. I believe I did include that in your packets. I might not have. I might have forgot to make copies of it.
Our Savior's Lutheran Church says no, they don't want this,
Yes.
but it's an existing building?
I have a comment on that.
They don't
Mr.
like
Chair.
truffles?
Yeah. Dan?
The chairman of Our Savior's Lutheran Church contacted me this week and said there may be a letter like this coming. Had no idea until we saw our packet. This is not a letter that has been sent by Our Savior's Lutheran Church, and that's from the chairman of Our Savior's Lutheran Church. This is from an individual.
It's from who?
Oh,
An individual.
oh, so not the church, okay.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to add?
The only thing I would like to add is, as we were trying to get renters in that middle unit, what we were finding out was what we were asking for the whole rent monthly was a little bit too high for the people who were showing interest. So we figured, well, if we can split it in half, make it two, we can bring in more business as well as dropping the rent a little bit to be a little more affordable.
Will the sizes of the split still be favorable?
We believe so. It'd be 60 by 20 on each side. You know, depending on what businesses go in there, as I was talking to Barry, this is just so we can kind of get in the mechanical room and get some plumbing ran in for the bathrooms and such. And if, depending on who does go in there, if they want the whole thing, obviously we would have to come back to get it, the use as a whole.
Okay.
And if the commission wants to see, so these are the assessor sols, as you can see, they're as recent as November of last year. So this is the building itself, with Ultra Concrete occupying one unit, the liquor store occupying another unit, and that middle unit where the doors are, the middle doors there, that's what's currently unoccupied.
It's a very attractive building.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this matter? Is there anyone from the public? If not, we'll bring it back up here. And does the board have any other concerns as to what's being proposed and splitting the middle unit into potentially 2 units and making it a 4-unit building?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, and perhaps the applicant can answer it. On the proposed suite 2A, is there only one exit out of the building, or is there 2?
There will be 2. So in the back, if you can see, the entryway is a little bit longer, allowing access into the mechanical room on the top left there.
Okay. And then on the back of, well, both those suites, is there a door to the outside? Oh, yes, I see it there, right in the middle. Okay. On things like this, do you have to run it by a fire marshal or anything, or it must be state code, I would guess.
There's, so kind of how this worked is we talked with Kayla about what they want to do. The options that they had is they could apply for the building permit to do some finishing in that middle unit, because right now I believe it's a dirt floor. Correct. And so they want to run some of the plumbing and the mechanicals and pour concrete in it, so it's just more of an attractive saleable item. They could do that without coming through this hearing. What brought up the need for the hearing is going from 3 units to 4 units, because the original IUP was specific to a 3-unit building. And so that's why they're here. Building code and fire code is going to be needed to be inspected at all stages of the construction of the building. It was already been done for the other 2 portions of it. This portion, depending upon, and I talked to Caleb before the meeting, depending upon occupancy, what exactly is going in there, whether it's a B occupancy, a business occupancy, or something else, might change the codes. And so I've already instructed her to make sure she, you know, talks with our building official about the types of uses that they're looking at, potentially getting in there so we can make sure that the right codes are being enforced. Additionally, too, the types of use, which will all have to come back for their own interim use permits once they get somebody that wants to come in, the type of use could impact the septic system as well because of the strength of the water discharge. In talking with our environmental health today, could impact what's needed for the septic. So for instance, in this case, they do time dosing, so it's a type 3 system, but if a high strength wastewater ends up coming out of it, restaurant, that kind of thing, high fats, then they might have to add another component to the tank for pre-treatment that would change it to a type 4, but it's all doable, but we just have to evaluate that once the uses are known, which for this part, in talking with our building official, there is that ability to have a general idea and be able to make sure that the building's built to the proper codes. And this portion of it, with the next portions also being built to code with further permits. So that's all part of the process.
Mr. Chair,
Question?
and you're aware of all those potential downsides?
Yep.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, or is somebody ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve the amendment to the interim use permit, allowing the middle unit of the building to be divided into 2 separate units with the following conditions. 1, any uses proposed for the units will require a separate interim use permit. Number 2, required permits be acquired and all inspections must be completed.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any more discussion? There's no other discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same way. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Good luck.
All right, number 8 is Youssef. When you are ready, Barry.
Yes,
Hello.
yes, Mr. Chairman. I'll give your names
can
to
you-
I
Cheryl.
want to state my name. Can I state
Yeah,
my name?
yeah,
please, state your
I
name.
jumped in. It's late.
Hello, my name is Yusuf Shihab.
Thank you. Now, Barry, when you are ready.
Okay, yes, Mr. Chairman. This request is an applicant request for a change, for an ordinance amendment to add non-commercial contractors yard to the R2 suburban residential zoning district. There isn't much for me to add at this point. I mean, it's a request to allow this use in this district. We send these notices in this language out to all cities and townships, and all those responses have been provided to you. We have received responses from Franklin Township, Victor Township, Woodland Township, Clearwater Township, and Monticello Township. And all those responses, as noted, are in your packet. So I don't have a whole lot more to add.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to add?
What are the responses?
Some approval, some denial. Monticello Township recommends denial of the request, as does Clearwater Township. Woodland Township disapproves. Victor Township does not have any concerns with the proposed amendment. Franklin Township does not feel there is enough information here to make a decision at this point. We are indifferent. So we got.
So we're dump truck owner operators. Okay. Me and my wife. We got 2 dump trucks, 2 spares. Go to work in the morning. I mean, it's hard to park a dump truck somewhere else. You know, I got 7 acres. You know, and I got tree lines. I got whole big land. I mean, I'm not gonna cause any disturbance to anybody. So what I'm applying for is to use part of my land to park my truck, go to work in the morning, come home at night. And we usually go before everybody gets up and come back after everybody gets home. So, I mean, to my understanding, it's pretty legitimate what we're doing, you know, and it's really not a I'm not causing any sales. I'm not like, I don't have customers at my house. We work for a broker out of Wright Park. And we just go home, you know, at night and go back to work in the morning. And this is seasonal. You know, this is 6 months. You got road restrictions. You can't move now. So, and in the winter time, I'm in Florida. So, I mean, I have an auto repair shop down there too. So.
Okay. I will, do you have anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to open it up to the public.
I mean, I just, that's pretty much all I have to say. I mean, I've been sitting for probably 3-4 hours. I forgot my speech.
We're all there too.
Can you give your name, please, for the record?
Janet Sierra, and I just want to add a little bit to this little hiccup that we have here. So a little bit of our story. We're from Florida. We live over there like many years, you know, and then after a vacation to Minnesota, we decided to raise our family here because this is a beautiful state, clean, full of good people, rules, regulations to be followed. And we said, this is it, you know, there's a lot of green here. When we move, we have to use a lot of our savings. You know, we have 4 children. And we saw that this is the capital of the construction. Everywhere you go, there's construction. So I left my work in a hospital administration for many years to become a dump truck driver. So it's a whole new experience, you know? And I did it because you do whatever it takes to raise your family, right? So we were very welcome by Minnesota residents. Our neighbors are amazing, you know. I tell my husband, I never had neighbors because in Florida, you don't know them. They're next to you, but you don't know them. Here, each one came, meet us, meet our family. So beautiful neighborhood. One of our neighbors is here. He witnessed everything we're done. We better the property a lot, you know. We always ask the neighbors if they have any problem with what we do, and we never had a complaint. This is our 3rd anniversary this month in Minnesota. And now, you know, like, this is choking for us, you know, that now we have to apply for a permit, but we want to follow the law. You know, we want to be legal, and we're just asking simply, we want to park our tool to work in our home. You know, we have a big land. And whatever you guys decide, take in consideration that this is our tool to work. And we wake up very early in the morning. So if we have to park our dump truck like far away, you know, it takes more time from our energies and from our family too, because take it in the morning and then in the afternoon when we come back. Long hours, it's 8 months of work only, you know, and then those trucks are just parked. So that's all I have to say. Spell it, Jannette. Long. Sierra, Sierra. You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public, and then I'll ask you to come back up. Public that would like to comment, please come up here and give your name for the record.
Hi, my name is John Bell, and we are adjoining to the property of our neighbor. We have the 10-acre parcel right behind his. First, they are our neighbors, all the people that are here. They are great people. I love their entrepreneurial spirit. But there aren't 2 dump trucks, there are 8 dump trucks. There are external fuel containers that are sitting outside the shed. In 1992, we built our home on 10 acres at the end of Acacia Avenue, a 1-mile-long dead-end road where there are approximately 12 homes in an R2 residential area. We raised our family. Other families are being raised there now as well. We added on to our house in 2002. We improved our home again about 5 years later, and we've just put in a $180,000 renovation on our home just this last year. And now we are next to a dump truck business that, and it's the business, it's not the people, it's the business that they're trying to run there in a residential area where employees come and go to drive the 8 trucks. Yes, it is seasonal, but can the road accommodate the additional traffic? There's more traffic in and out of that property because of the number of trucks and employees than there is in the rest of the homes combined. The trucks have to start and idle. They're all diesels. We can hear them if we have our window open in the summer when they're running. On cooler nights, the white and blue fume from the exhaust comes across the field. There's a nice diesel odor, if you appreciate that. We don't tend to. Again, not against the business, but there are other areas that are specifically zoned for that. We don't know of the amount of environmental impact that the number of trucks are having, or the fueling. Maybe it's DEF fluid, I don't know, but there are fuel being kept in these tanks. So it is a big concern, not to mention the noise and the back and forth. It is a very quiet area. There are no lines on the streets. These trucks run back and forth. There are families walking their dogs and kids that run around in the street. I know they have a young family and appreciate that too. The family, we all are.
We're the only ones with kids.
Just, you can respond once she's finished.
Yep. So it's having a business like that next to yours, I can't imagine that our property value hasn't been impacted by it. I've been questioned by family members saying, what is that next to your property now? So it is a concern going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Mr. Bell, so you're up here talking about the specific property, right, and the use that's taking place on a specific property, which is an argument that we would get it if the IUP were available at all. And this is just about an ordinance change, if I'm reading it right. Do you have a thought as to whether the prospect of operating any yard like this simply can never be in this zoning district, or whether a case-by-case application process might be appropriate?
Well, I think the board takes into account, based upon having been here today and listening, that you take into account the intended use and purpose of the properties that you're zoning. And in this case, it was designed for residential use, not for commercial use. So yes, if it didn't have the impact that 8 dump trucks, and the business had to cut a road in as well. That also goes to Acacia Avenue on the back of the property that aligns with the property line between our 2 properties. So you've got about an extra 300-400 foot road there for the trucks to run on. And like I said, if it was just there 2 people driving the trucks, there isn't, there's 8. So the traffic comes in, they have to park their cars there. So you've got employees parking there.
My name is Michael Mitchell. I live next to Bell's along the river. And I do understand that the request is for an ordinance change. So it's not specific to this particular parcel. And so specific to this particular parcel, I guess I would like to echo John's words that the neighbors are great people. The staff report does a nice job of outlining the argument for why things are written the way they are in the rules. And the topic of properties being special, rare, and unique is a very good example in this specific instance why things are zoned the way they are. We're on a dead-end road. Parts of the property are part of the Wild and Scenic River Act. There are huge restrictions on what can and cannot be done along the river. When we built our house 30 years ago, I looked into those so I understood what was permissible and what was not. We chose to live on a dead-end street along the Mississippi River, along Wild and Scenic River property, because it was zoned the way that it was. And the marketing, when properties have turned over in this neighborhood, have consistently said, quiet neighborhood, mature trees. So as the staff notes conclude, we have conflicting uses in close proximity, which isn't a recipe for success. So recognizing this is generic to the ordinance and to allow it as an interim use or intermediate use or whatever the I is for, I don't think it's a good idea to change it. I think that it should be a case-by-case basis, and the merits of each individual case should be considered as opposed to something that changes a countywide ordinance. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment? Gentleman back there?
My name's Brian Severson. I live directly across the street, basically from them. A couple of houses down from Bell's and whatever. This whole thing, I think, the best way to sum it up is they've been parking their trucks at the house, and they got notified of a violation because somebody did make a complaint. Now they're just trying to figure out how to get their truck to and from work. 8 trucks, 2 trucks. Maybe we do a conditional, hey, how many trucks are appropriate? Gas tanks. Joe, you can go buy your gas up at Hasty, or he can have it delivered to his house. Again, it's a condition. Easy to do. Earlier today, back on the very first subdivision, you were talking about a dead-end road and it being extended. Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Bell, both of your houses were not in the subdivision.
Yeah, please address the board, please.
They were not in the subdivision that dedicated that road. They're the extension. Did they just assume now if there's charges because they elected to run their driveway off of that road, if I get assessed for reconstruction, do they now have to pay a share of it? Because they're now accessing the dead-end road? Yes or no? I don't know. I look at the property corners. Mr. Bell, Mr. Mitchell is actually trespassing on Mr. Bell's property to access the road. If you looked up at the beacon, you can see the triangle. I don't know how to explain it. All I want to do is live in peace. These 2 neighbors are a lot better than the previous one. I think we can all testify to that. So the question here would be is the amendment appropriate or is the conditional use appropriate? What are they? That's the questions I think that should be presented.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment? Keller in the back, please.
My name's Rosalie Bell, Rosalie. Just a couple of things I would like to add regarding the conversation and what was spoken of earlier. The number of trucks in my mind does make a difference, primarily just the sound, the noise, and they've tried to do a nice job by cutting in an additional use driveway, essentially is what they did, into their property. And he's right, there are mature trees there, and the trucks align by those trees. So they have tried to keep it as orderly as one can for a larger business with larger vehicles. And that has been appreciated. The number of trucks and the quantity of the trucks on our road made me think of the earlier conversation of the road that the other lady had taken the responsibility for in moving all her dirt, right? These are big trucks, and they are up and down our road, which the township manages. And that is, what will that do tax-wise? What does that do to the property there? We also don't have sidewalks on our road, so people do walk on the road that is being used now more as a business and less as a residential neighborhood. It's just, when we built there 33 years ago, it was residential, and I feel like it should stay residential. We had another neighbor several years ago who tried to open a business out of our road. They ended up having to move their business to Clearwater. They were not allowed or what they requested to occur. And their business was less heavy equipment, less than this particular business. So that was all I wanted to add. And I'm going to rephrase that. This isn't about a contentious situation of human beings. Human beings are good people. These are people trying to raise their family. They are good people. We too are good people, and both things can be true. It's just figuring out what that balance is going to look like for all involved. So thank you for the job you do in doing that. I don't envy it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment? If not, we will bring it back up here. If you guys want to, do you have anything you want to add, or otherwise?
As far as kids, I'm the only one with kids on the road, so I'm very careful. And as far as the weight of the trucks, they comply with the road. They're no bigger than a garbage truck. Okay, I can cut the trucks down because I store trucks for my cousin's business. Okay, and he comes and he works here in Minnesota, so I can cut it down to 4. Okay, if that would help, and there would be no employees coming to my house or out of my house. I don't sell anything. I don't come in loaded. So being loaded and unloaded on these trucks is a big difference, So.
Okay.
I have a question.
Let's start, Pat.
If in this specific situation, Barry has a truck that they drive for work, we don't require them to get a contractor's yard permit for that. You can choose to drive your work vehicle home, I think.
And that's what I.
Hold on.
Just hold on.
So you have 2 people at the home who drive them. I don't think we would we have a violation if two people, hypothetically, because I'm talking about a permit, I don't want to talk specifically about the situation, but if 2 people were driving their big work trucks to and from work and parking them at home overnight, we don't require a permit for that, no matter what district you're in, right?
Just the vehicles, nothing else? No.
And do we allow if somebody has,
I would say, passenger vehicles of some type. They're not, I would say if they're not commercial vehicles, then yes. I'd say commercial vehicles would then entertain potentially a different aspect to it.
if somebody has a if somebody drives semi for a living, long haul semi driver, and when they get home, they happen to live in an R2 district, are they not allowed to park their semi at home?
Or just say their tractor, unhook the trailer. They're not allowed to park that in an R2 district.
I've never been required to render an interpretation on it to this point. I would say if it's a daily thing where the tractor's coming and going every day, that is a different connotation than an over-the-road truck driver that's gone for a month and a half, comes home, parks it for a week because he's he's taken his time and then, leaves again, you're not like,
Where electrician vehicles, plumbing, carpentry vehicles.
Yep.
They're normal Class D vehicles that are not commercial vehicles. They don't exceed, is it 16,000 pounds, I think is the limit. Someone knows here. So they aren't commercial vehicles. We occasionally get, we've dealt with tow trucks because the people were on call all night, so they bring a tow truck home, it parks in their driveway, they go and pick up cars throughout the night and come back home with their tow truck, but it's one tow truck. And we allow that to happen, because it's one. And we understand that because it's not a commercial vehicle, we're not talking about the large commercial tow trucks, we're just talking about a normal
We don't
one that
regulate.
hauls a car.
Sorry to interrupt you, Greg. As you're going through this, we do not regulate based on the size of the vehicle. That's not in the definitions to say if it's a plumbing truck for work, that's different than a semi-truck for work.
I guess what I'm more getting at here, Member Malberg, is it's a case-by-case basis, but generally what we see in the vast majority of cases, I'm talking in excess of probably 99%, 95% here, is it's a Class D vehicle that someone uses as part of a trade.
Is when you get the complaints.
That's, yeah, if we get a complaint at all. But that's generally what you would see
in the residential.
in the residential area. I don't,
That's the low end of the complaint we would get.
Yeah.
By definition, if you want, the hard take on it is by definition, building and structures including limited outdoor storage located on the homestead of a contractor in the building trades or other similar business for the purpose of storing machinery and equipment related to the business which is primarily conducted off-site. So what I would tell you is that one truck electrical contractor, if he's not pulling a trailer, storing equipment outside, parks in his garage every night, we don't get complaints on that. If I was forced to, because people read the ordinance and know it, I might be forced to kick him out of his home because of how that reads. I haven't had to because I don't get any complaints on that. What we get complaints on are the larger vehicles, the exterior storage of equipment, noise from those larger vehicles and the activities that are being conducted on site. That's where the complaints are primarily driven. But by definition, even something as small as that one truck and a trailer electrical contractor, by ordinance, it's a contractor's yard, he would not be able to operate out of a residential area.
The IUP in an R2.
In the 30 seconds since we talked, I can think of 4. What I can say is the matter that was on this meeting, he's looking at this property because there's an enforcement action because their neighbors were complaining about him operating in an R1 district. It's not uncommon for us to have these. We have a number of ones out there that is, if this were to get approved, I wouldn't say R2, but the connotation is once you start in R2, you skipped R2A, you're not including R1, you're not including RAR. As soon as this goes, you're gonna see it in all the other districts. I can think of 4 or 5 off the top of my head that they would come back and say, well, I wanna operate from home now. And those were all based off, a lot of those were, they've moved their stuff off their site because we told them they had to. And so they're gonna come back and say, well, now I wanna operate here. And those were all based off of, or our actions were based off of complaints that we'd received about those types of activities.
Mr. Chair, Member Malberg, I think if this is approved, you're gonna see a proliferation of snow removal companies and landscape companies and paving companies popping up all over across the county. That's usually where we get complaints, are snow removal companies, because they have multiple dump trucks, and you get the landscaping, paving people.
And to date, the solution has been they move their stuff.
They move to commercial district.
Or buy a piece or rent a piece where they can have the equipment and they don't bring it home.
Or tell them Hennepin County is a beautiful place to live.
And it's gotta be by because it has to be on the homestead of the contractor.
Mr. Chair,
Are you done? Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you done,
sorry.
Pat?
Yeah, thanks.
Barry, under what zoning districts is a non-commercial contractor's license allowed?
Agricultural only.
Ag only. Okay, thank you.
And I guess just for clarification, or maybe you understand, you're asking for an ordinance change so that you can have your dump trucks. You're not asking for a conditional use permit. That's why we're looking at it here as a county-wide thing. Because if we change the ordinance to accommodate what you're asking for, it affects all of Wright County R1.
Well,
And I just
what-
want to make sure you're aware of that. We're not debating against your dump trucks, say. What we're looking at is a change of an ordinance.
When I came in to ask Mr. Berry, he told me you had to you had to apply for this. I really don't want this, what I'm asking for. I just want to be able to dump my, to park my tool and just to come home and park my truck. And I can cut the trucks down. We've been doing this for 3 years now, okay? And they haven't complained until my cousin came over and parked his trucks there. So I can get rid of that,
Darn cousins.
you know? So, and if the neighbors would allow, to have just me and her to go out and park only our trucks there, I can abide by that.
Mr. Berry also mentioned when we initially came to zoning that there's a part of the property that's the one that can be
That's the R2.
yeah, the one that we can park only.
This specific property that they own is actually a split zone property. And so it's actually one of it is in the Wild and Scenic District, which is actually where the current building is located. So in theory, Planning Commission approves the amendment, County Board approves the amendment. They still couldn't operate where they're currently operating because we cannot change the uses allowed in the Wild and Scenic District. That's a federal designation with federal rules. The only thing we could change it on is that portion of their property that is actually outside of the Wild and Scenic District, which is R2 in a platted residential subdivision. So
And I got plenty of R2, so, I can fit 20 trucks in my R2, but I don't want to.
since you're talking about it, I'll show you what, since it came up, I feel
Right.
it's best to show so you
Sure.
completely understand. But
And that's the tree line between me and the neighbor that was up here first. I got pine trees, he can't even see me.
yeah, so it's this property here. So this is the only area where they could actually operate this business if it were to get approved. Their interim use permit would have to include moving the buildings and any parking locations to this area of the property.
I can build a building, that's no problem, if I have to store them inside.
So in this particular case, it's not about, the particulars, it's about the ordinance amendment to even apply to get to the point where we're talking about number of vehicles and parking and that type of thing.
Chairman Wall, from a county commissioner standpoint, we have a large county with a lot of townships, a precedence for the future. And our other townships then will have a lot of people come to them and ask if they can take their big trucks on roads that probably can't accommodate. This road maybe could accommodate, but some of the other township roads may not be able to accommodate.
Then they won't be eligible.
Yeah, but when you change an ordinance then becomes a law. And then the law lets other people come forward. And that's what we're debating here. We're not debating you guys and we're unlucky to have a
Look,
house in an area that's,
I'm sorry to cut you. Look, I'm not trying to change I want to keep it R2, I want to keep it scenic. I just want for 2 trucks,
Yes.
for me and her, to come in and go to work. That's it.
right,
That's all I'm asking for.
we're not changing the R2. R2 means it's residential.
Right.
And if you were in another part of Wright County, you could do it.
And
if
I'm,
you were
and I
agriculture.
am looking for a, industrial lot, to be honest with
Yes.
you. I'm looking, but if my neighbors are complaining now, I'm not just gonna go buy any industrial lot and just say, here, you know?
Not that easy.
It's not that easy. You gotta find the right one and at the right, you know, something close to your house,
Yeah,
something, affordable, you can't just throw it, you know what I mean?
I know.
So, and we live 80 miles from nowhere. You know, I come from Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, yeah.
For me, I'm 80 miles from nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
So-
I have an aunt and uncle that live in Hollywood.
Hollywood, yeah. It's pretty close.
But yeah, I really do feel for you guys. It's really hard, but
And all the neighbors, they have bobcats and all this commercial, that's commercial equipment to me, you know? I mean, when I go out and get loaded, I get loaded with a bobcat.
Yeah.
You know? I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you.
no, but that's where we're at here. That even if it would pass here, I don't think it'll pass the next board that it has to go forward with. And it's not, and they wouldn't even see you. They wouldn't even get to hear your story. They're gonna look at the top view and they're gonna see that if we allow this, then it's gonna just open up a huge amount of people that are gonna bring their big trucks home and in a residential area. Now, if you owned a farm, nobody would care.
Okay, put yourself in my shoes,
I know,
okay?
I am putting.
Hang on a
this-
second. I start work.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Please respect.
You don't disrespect her, all right?
Um,
You are, follow decorum in this room.
Yes, I know,
Okay.
that's just the way I talk, I'm sorry.
This isn't Florida.
Yeah, this is Minnesota, I understand that,
Thank you.
okay? I start work, I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, okay? I gotta turn on my truck and go to my job. I get dispatched for work, okay? By the time I get to work, it's like 7 o'clock. You know, we're starting work. If I had to park my truck somewhere else, I have to wake up, what time? 4, it's undoable.
I know. I know.
You know?
I have family in construction. I get it. It's very unfortunate of where you live is really what it comes down to.
And it's not about you. This is an ordinance change. This isn't a conditional use permit or anything like that. This is a county-wide ordinance change. So this has got, you've asked for an ordinance change, and that's not asking for you parking your trucks or whatever. We have to change the ordinance first before we can even discuss you parking your trucks there. You're going through steps. And to change the whole ordinance of Wright County, we have a lot of residential areas with a lot of people that have to leave their house to go to work, you know, doing different things. So I know you're taking this personal that we're saying you can't go to work, you can't park your trucks. We're debating and trying to figure out about the ordinance and what our ordinance allows us to do in Wright County in residential areas. If you would have bought a 10-acre piece that was zoned ag, you'd be here for conditional use permit for contractor's yard. Odds are you'd be going home with your conditional use permit. So that's the thing. You came, you spent your savings, and your 7 or 8 acres should have been zoned agriculture, and you could do this. You purchased in a place that's essential for people that are going to work, sleeping in their homes, going back forth to work. They're not bringing their trucks home. They're not bringing, you know, like Barry talked about, we've had complaints about tow trucks. We've had complaints about, you know, other construction trucks. It's residential. It's just that it's 6, 7 acre lots of residential. It's not a 1/4 acre and you're stacked on top of each other. And that's what we're debating up here about an ordinance. It's nothing to do with your business, your trucks, you're going back and forth. we have to go to the first step. We have to change the ordinance or not change the ordinance. And then if the ordinance is changed, we can talk about your business per se. So that's what we have to deal with. And the ordinance is for the whole Wright County. And what we work with up here, and you've sat here for 4 or 5 hours already, you understand or have witnessed the debating we go through on different things, on conditional use permits, on rezonings. You've been listening to us. So this isn't an easy thing up here, and we all have to agree or disagree one way or another. So I guess as far as the board goes, how do we want to proceed? Greg, do you have a comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, it appears you're leaning towards recommending that the County Board of Commissioners deny ordinance amendment 24-2. And if that's the case, I have a proposed motion I can read for the Planning Commission, which would be a motion to close the public hearing to further written and oral comments and direct staff to draft a resolution with findings consistent with denial of the requested ordinance amendment number 24-2, and direct that the proposed findings of resolution be directed to the Wright County Board of Commissioners along with the record compiled to date.
I have a question before we make a motion. Is there any further record that's going to get developed? Like, is Barry, when this gets presented to the county board, or is Barry going to be available? Are you going to be available to have the discussions with them? Because from where I sit on this, this to me is a decision. We're up here to do our job with whatever you all decide about who can come and ask for what. And I'm more than happy to sit up here and hear an IUP request in an R2 district and actually talk about the specifics of whether 2 trucks or 4 trucks is the right thing, if that's what you tell us to do. I don't think I, as one planning guy who hasn't been in this situation where I've got potentially violations going on that I'm personally aware of, that I've experienced, I don't have a factual basis to do anything other than what Barry and Greg, and maybe you guys have more good experience to give good advice to the commission. I don't have it.
I guess I'll bring up, in the past, we had a different commissioner sitting on this board with us. And we did just what we did now. We hammered it out back and forth. And we recommended for denial at that time. And that commissioner did not agree with us and went the other way, and the commissioners approved it. And yeah, we were all a little frustrated sitting on the board, but the commissioners have the final say, and we all understand that. So with what you're saying, it's a recommendation, it's strictly what this board is recommending. So the county commissioners can still approve or deny it. I mean, because they are the elected officials, and they have to answer for it at one point in time. So this is a
Basically,
recommendation.
you just want to pass the buck. You're just going to say, hands up, go to the next.
Functionally, yes, it is passing the buck, because I don't
That
want
makes sense.
I don't want the county commission to think that my vote is coming from any place of particular expertise. I might have more experience doing planning commission issues and zoning issues, but on this issue, I think a lot of commissioners, county commissioners, may not have the same sort of approach as our past delegate did, and may look down in this direction and say, well, we do have experts or some expertise down at the Planning Commission, and we want to respect that. Maybe they don't. Maybe I'll leave the wisdom of it to that. But I'm not in a spot where I feel like I'm giving. I don't want to have gravitas behind what I say up to them.
In this instance.
We've built a record good
in
enough
this
for you to see the
instance, I
issues.
know all of the commissioners will ask our legal counsel what they think.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
The county commissioners that we have right now will dig deep and ask our council and Barry what they think. as to how many of these, what kind of animal we're letting out of the cage. Which I think we all know on this board is gonna be letting a lot of animals out of the cage. But we do look at your recommendations.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, go ahead, Jan.
Janice?
correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kaiser, but I'm going to follow Robert's Rules of Order here, and I'm just going to ask and say, will you call the question?
There's no motion.
No, we don't have a motion.
We did have a motion.
Greg read a motion.
Okay.
Nobody
I
said.
second it. I second it.
You
No,
have
I
to make
made
it.
it.
You have to make it.
I make a motion that, just what Mr. Kaiser said,
Okay,
read. I make a motion that we follow Mr. Kaiser's advice
recommended motion.
and recommend the motion. And what else am I supposed to say? He said it all.
Yeah, he said it all, but I've had nobody accept his motion yet. So you just
Okay,
have.
yeah.
Now I'm asking for a second.
Okay.
Do I have a second to the motion that Greg read? I'll ask for a third time. Do I have a
Mr.
second?
Chair, I'll second that for discussion. Mr. Chair, one thing that our fine Commissioner Mulberg stated that he's questioning whether or not the commissioners, the elected commissions, take any value in our recommendations.
I did not call that into question.
No, that's
No,
not his
let,
question.
let the
Or
record not
what you
reflect that.
particularly said? Anyway,
No.
okay, never mind.
Mr. Chair, Member Felger, if I could, I think what Mr. Malberg was getting at was our recent amendment where the planning commission can provide a neutral response to the county board.
That's just it. What I am getting at is that to the extent that the commission does take our opinion as being it up a neutral issue is what I'm going to do. Fine to deny it. I think we know where this is going. But I don't want the commissioners thinking that I know what I'm doing enough on this issue to tell them what to do.
Well, I would debate that, but not here, not now. You've sat on this commission for several years now. You've seen just about everything. The county commissioners, the elected ones, haven't. I think they do really commission.
I'm not saying.
Am I
that-
missing your point?
Yes, but I'm not articulating it correctly then, because I am not saying that this isn't a great commission. This commission has wonderful discussions. Some of us talk more than we ought to, but it's not going to change. What I am trying to say, and maybe Commissioner Felger, it is on these issues of larger policy, these broadly applicable ordinance changes. From where I sit, more disputes between neighbors, more requests for petitions, for IUPs, that's what we sign up to do, is decide issues on a case-by-case basis after building a factual record. That to me, we're really good at. This issue of whether it's good for us to open things up on a more countywide basis, that's what those guys are really good at. Those guys deflect those issues all day long, right? They deal with that stuff. I don't deal with that stuff. And whether I ought to deal with it more or not, that's up to them with their better counsel than I'll ever give them.
They hold the expertise.
Yes. And that's why I'm neutral, because I hear them saying one thing and I might land in a different spot personally.
Okay, so we got a second, and we're still
Got a
in
motion
discussion?
made in a second. We
Okay.
are in discussion.
Something else. You said, sir, that right now your 8 trucks, you'd get them down to 4 or 2? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but this
But
isn't
Ken,
personal,
this
Ken.
is
This
personal.
Okay.
I mean,
Uh,
even if he
I-
gets it down to
I'm just
one.
getting, well, maybe I should be talking to you later, off the record here, which I just might. Okay, that's all I've got to say.
Dan?
I've been pretty quiet on this one so far.
Oh, it's your turn now.
It is unusual.
Now you can call the question, James.
No, don't do that.
Number one, first of all, when I'm looking at this, I think that our applicant is just doing what he was guided to do by our office. I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything wrong or right, but he was looking for guidance, and that's the guidance he gave. Now, if he were up here applying for an IUP, and understanding the conditions, and we would look at it, maybe even do a site inspection. This is just a scenario. I maybe would go along with that IUP for him and his wife to come home from work and go to work. Believe me, I've seen this all over our township. With an ordinance change like this, I would never support it because I can see the ramifications of what this would do. Because many people would try to take advantage of it and not be concerned about what their neighbors think. Now, if I were gonna have that conversation like you might have afterwards, it may be to help direct them in an area that would help them to work this out. I don't know if they could even come up here and request an IUP. Is that something they could do? We haven't even talked about that. That's not on the table. This amendment is on the table, this article's on the table. I would not be in favor of it. I really feel for these people because I know this goes on all over the township. However, because of the increased truck traffic, it triggered it. So, and I will yield to Mr. Malberg.
But Member Bravender, what you just said, though, I think it's really important for us to be on the same page because you started out by saying, if I could give this sort of situation its day, you would do it.
Yep.
But then you went on to say, we don't want to change the ordinance because it's so broad. Only by changing the ordinance can you give them this date. That's why Barry's advice was the only advice he could give, which
I
was...
understand that. I understand that.
But so do you want, I can't tell whether you're saying you want to have the chance to consider cases like this on a fact-by-fact basis or not.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
The reason that I say that is because I think that we have some of the toughest jobs to do up here. And if we're gonna sit here, now I know I'm gonna be probably quoting my predecessor as a commissioner that was on this board before, but if we're gonna sit up here and just depend on the ordinances to tell us what to do, rather than allowing a condition to be added, I know where you're going, just hang on. Hang on. Because when we put condition, or when we approve a conditional use permit, this is not accepted to have a contractor's yard, according to our current code, right? The gray area for me is driving this vehicle back and forth to my home and then going to work. That's the gray area for me. And I know, our attorney talked about the common work vehicles that are brought back and forth are Class D, he called it, I think, Class D. And that's probably true. I think it depends on what area of the county you're in, because I live in an area where they're a lot bigger than Class D. So, I'm struggling with this. I'm not struggling with this change in the ordinance. I'm struggling with the fact that as a board, it's up to us to have these tough discussions about these IUPs and what can be done.
But no, it's not with the position that you're taking, saying we cannot change the ordinance. You are saying you do not want to have that tough discussion. That's a denial recommendation, is to not let you have in the R2 district this request come to you.
Right. And if we change this, if this ordinance were changed and everything were required to come to us, what would be our criteria for offering the IUPs?
It's a non-commercial contractor's yard
Right.
as an IUP, same as everything else. We have standards that are, or a CUP. We're going to have standards and an opportunity to place conditions on it if the board changes the ordinance. If the board doesn't change the ordinance, we will not have it because it is not an allowed use, nor is it allowed as an IUP or as a CUP.
So, and if it came to us and it was in an R2 district, and we looked at it and said, because of the way these properties are, we're not going to approve it. If this ordinance was changed, we would have to really dig deep to find out why we're not approving it, correct?
If we would dig as deep as we dig on any other use that is allowed as an IUP in that district. But unless and until the change were made to allow it as an IUP, this question of their actual use will not have an opportunity to come before us. It is a violation, allegedly, of the ordinances without any way for this board to cure it. And if that's the way the county board goes with it, it's totally fine. But I cannot, for the life of me, figure out what you're saying the board should do, if you're saying what they should do.
I would like to interrupt this because it seems to me that Robert's Rules of Order says that when a comment is made, you have to hold your comments until everybody else has had a chance to respond. You two are just going back and forth, and you're just ignoring the rest of us.
I guess I'm allowing them to debate, because they're going back, they both are on,
They have the
I
floor.
object to that.
but I'm the chair, and I'm
Yes,
allowing
yes.
them to debate, because they
you're-
both have a different angle and a different.
We're getting some good
we're-
discussion.
We're getting good discussion between this board, and
But maybe there would be some good discussion brought up by us, the rest of us that are sitting here.
yes, and I will recognize you, but right now, those two are debating it. And then
I'd like
take
to
notes,
know
and I will bring you in.
Hmm?
Take notes, and I will bring you in.
Oh, good, yes, I've been taking notes.
Good. So, do you guys,
It's not,
Jen, do you have
One
anything else?
one last comment. I appreciate Mr. Malberg and
You
your
guys are
comments,
funny,
because this is the way that,
You guys, you can just have a seat.
this is the way that I process things with discussion. And I just really appreciate it. I am driven by the applicants because I always look at as the applicants when they come to this board as our customers. And we need to treat them that way. But,
and the neighbors aren't.
pardon me?
Are you saying that the neighbors aren't your customer in this case?
The neighbors,
The neighbors that were here and spoke tonight, they're not our customers too?
they all are, Jan.
In
The
this
applicant
case,
is the one, when I say the customer, the applicant is the one making the request. Okay? Anyway, I just appreciate the discussion. And after the discussion that you and I have had, I may rethink what my view on this article, on this change in the ordinance. Because I really trust this board that's going to have the time to put into an IUP if it would come up with this ordinance change. And that was brought on by our discussion back and forth, Mr. Malberg. I'm done.
You done? Janice?
Yes, well, I agree that we need to discuss these things, but I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be better to have these discussions in a workshop rather than sitting here talking back and forth. the two of you and people in the audience waiting for us to make a decision. It seems to me like,
We have to
I'm
do
talking,
it for
let her have the
legal.
floor.
I'm talking,
Oh, yeah,
please.
sorry.
Please. I believe in the Robert's Rules of Order, and I believe that we need to have discussions and that we need to have that. But I do also believe that this is a business that we're doing here this evening, and for us to not do our business, but have back and forth conversation where we're not going to make any decisions tonight about changing anything is just not the right and appropriate place to do that. I agree with the discussion, but I just don't think that this is the place to do it. That's my opinion.
I guess I will respectfully disagree with you because we are sitting here, we are doing what we need to do. We are discussing and debating whether this is a gravel pit, whether this is a development, this is an ordinance change
It's an
that is
ordinance change.
before us. And we are debating it, we are discussing it, just because we're not just looking at it, say a motion and get done with it. We're actually debating this. We have a motion on the floor to send it to the commissioners for denial, is my understanding of the motion. And we are debating that in our discussion time. And whether it takes us 10 minutes, an hour, or 2 hours, we're going to hammer it out and decide what this board wants to do, whether it's approve it, disapprove it, or be neutral on it. That is what I'm up here trying to direct. And I guess when I have a couple of board members going back and forth, and they're not screaming and yelling at each other, I want to know what they both think. And they were having a civil conversation. I did not see voices being raised. I did not see things being thrown at each other. I've seen a lot worse on the news media than what we just witnessed here tonight. And both of these men and members had a different point of view, and they were bringing it out. The other ones that are sitting here are listening to them and have to take those views into consideration because they are bringing out some strong views, and they are very legitimate views. And thus is why, as chairman, I am letting them go with it. As soon as they're finished, take notes. Other members, please take notes. And you can have a shot at them too, or another member. I will allow that because that's what we're here to do. We have been appointed and we have a whole county. And yes, people are sitting here, but now they understand what we go through to come to these decisions. A gentleman walked out of here tonight. I know he was pretty mad at us because we approved something of putting tar in there. He waited until the applicants left, and then he finally left, shaking his head, madder than a wet hornet at us, because we allowed something. But we debated it. We've sat on this board. We understand what allowing things to do and not do. This ordinance amendment will affect a lot of things down the road. Whether we're neutral on it, I'm okay to be neutral, because at the end of the day, the county commissioners have the final say. I understand that. Also with the recommendation, I can support that too, because we've sat here on the board and we have understood what the people come in and what the people ask for. And we're, the board here, we do the rezoning. We change it from ag to ag res to R2 to S2. We're the ones that are doing it. And just like we had a application to rezone 40 acres, it's crossing the line. You know, we're going to debate that. We're going to do a site inspection on it. We have to debate that. It's not in the land use plan for ag res. So there's a line drawn there. Just like in S2, there's a line drawn to what is allowed in S2. So we have to debate, do we want to change that? Do we want to allow dump trucks in R2? Do we want to allow heavier vehicles in it? That's what we're here to do, to debate it. If we want to be neutral, that's okay, because we can be neutral. If we want to approve or disapprove and send the recommendation, we can do that too as a board. There's 3 options here we can do to the county commissioners. At the end of the day, the county commissioners, I do believe, I know we had a road commissioner that I brought up earlier, but I do believe the county commissioners respect what we say, because I do know in the past, I've had comments, they watch our meetings, they know what goes on in these meetings. It's kind of like, oh, you do pay attention. Not them saying that they don't, but they do watch these and they do know what we're doing here. So, again, we have a motion on the floor and we are in discussion.
Mr. Chair, I'll try to be brief. I think an ordinance change of any kind that affects the whole county, it lasts forever until it's changed again. I asked Mr. Berry earlier what zoning districts is this particular petitioner's activity allowed in. It's only ag, and I understand that. Mr. Kreiser mentioned something about contractor yards expanding and starting out innocently. And I'm not talking about these people. I'm talking about an ordinance change where someone will start out doing this and it expands to something well beyond what their our initial thoughts were. So long story short, I think this is too broad of a ordinance change. It affects the whole county. How many more individuals will come up in this particular zoning district should this pass and ask for something? It's just going to mushroom. So my view is that I can't support this change, and it has nothing to do with the applicants. I wish them best in their activities, however they conduct it, and I can't support the ordinance change.
Thank you, Ken. Any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? If not, proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion to the recommendation?
Which is denial.
Which is denial.
Findings.
Fine.
Are you,
making
what
your-
is, that wasn't clear to me. Your motion
Yes.
said for findings for denial.
Mr. Chair, Member Malberg, what I'm recommending is that you direct staff to draft a resolution which would include some findings, and then we would present that directly to the County Board of Commissioners. It wouldn't come back here.
And that's what Janice made the motion to, and you seconded.
I did.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, just back to Mr. Malberg's original question after the second and the opening for discussion was staff supplementing the record. I don't have anything more to supplement it with. So I have no intentions of supplementing the record with any additional information unless I'm asked directly for it at the county board level. I will answer whatever questions the county board has for me. But the staff report, as you received it, the comments that were received from the townships, the minutes from this discussion, the application materials will all be part of the packet that the county board receives. I will present that to them, or council and I will present that to them at a future meeting. And whatever questions come from the county board at that time, I will answer the questions at that time. But I will not be including any other supplemental information in the record. So you did ask that question right away, and then the discussion took its own form there, and I just wanted to make sure I got back to your original question.
I appreciate that.
All right. Is there any other discussion?
And Chair, I just want to say, I appreciate I do relay what is said here to the commissioners, because they always do want to hear, just as much as they relay to me their feelings before I sit down here. So, you know, I do like hearing all sides and the discussion, because that's how I glean information to go back. So thank you for that.
Is there any other discussion? There's no other discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same way. Motion carries. And did anybody abstain?
I abstain.
Okay.
Abstain.
Dan and Pat abstained. All right, motion carries. Is there,
Mr. Chair, just for the applicants, you're probably gonna wonder when the next step in this is gonna be done. I'm gonna guess, just because the county board only meets twice a month on Tuesdays, the first and third Tuesday of the month, I'm guessing it's gonna be the first Tuesday in April, which would be April 2nd. But the public hearing's closed, you're welcome to attend. You can watch on YouTube, you can do whatever you want. I just wanna let you know kind of where I'm anticipating it'll be heard, would be April 2nd. But you can always check with planning and zoning. Agenda comes out, Barry will know the week before
I'll let
where
you
that
know.
ought to be on.
We can let you know when it's gonna be.
And we can talk more after the meeting ends, if you want. Because they're gonna adjourn here.
Set a site inspection date.
Oh, there you go.
okay, we need site inspection before the next meeting of the 4th.
That's for the 40
That's for the rezoning of the 40, correct?
up in Monty Township.
I believe that's what it was for, Mr. Chairman. The only one,
Just the one? Yeah.
Chip power.
Up on 39, but the map says it's on 37.
Yeah.
yeah, the only other continued item was the subdivision, so we've already seen that one. Or the rezone PUD.
We've seen that one. So, what do people have open?
I'm gone the last week of March. But I can confidently say that do not work around my schedule on that site visit. That's my neck of the woods. I know the property. I do not need, I'd love to see you all again, but I don't need to be with you again to see your property.
What do you have open, Dan? Jeannie?
Second or third or fourth week are open. Kind of.
Of March or that?
March.
So you're looking at 18th to the 22nd?
I can't be there on the 18th.
18th, I have a meeting in the morning.
How about that week?
19th.
19th
The
of
19th
March?
The 19th of March would work for me.
Board meeting, never mind.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
What's that?
22nd?
I have a board meeting on Tuesdays.
13th.
13th, I'm wide open.
22nd's good for me.
22nd?
22nd,
It's a Friday, but I got,
22nd of March? That's a BOA.
oh, I don't have the BOA up.
That's red.
Oh, there, I wasn't looking up at that one. 25th, 29th, 28th.
did that.
Actually, now, good idea, actually.
28th works. 28th.
yeah,
The
28th works for me.
28th is okay.
Ken, 28th?
No.
No? Ken, no.
That's
Oh, the
just me.
25th,
Yeah, I can do it the 25th.
that Monday?
21st.
I can do it on the
Ken.
25th.
Yes,
Does the 25th work for you? It's a Monday.
no.
It's after,
Week
it's
before
the
would work for me.
The week
21st,
Monday after Easter Sunday, but that's
April 1st.
after the Sunday. What's that?
That would be April 1st.
No, that,
No.
March 31st.
Yeah, Easter's the 31st. So April 1st, we could do
That's
it.
April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
April 1st would work fine.
Damn, my date's, oh, it's 24th. It
Yeah.
looks like a 21.
April
Probably is.
1st?
It probably is, I put probably.
Kat, that probably would work for you if you miss us.
If you're really excited.
April Fool's Day, be prepared when you get there.
Oh,
All right, April 1st, meet
9
here.
o'clock here?
What time?
Was it 9?
8:30.
8:30, okay.
Meet here at 8:30?
Meet here at 8:30. We
Last
leave
time
at
it was
8:30.
9, so
I know, but I don't like 9.
Oh, yeah, 8:30 works.
8 would be better, but we help Barry out at 8:30.
8:30 is nice because I can get the keys and
Yep.
get the van and make sure it's gonna start.
Yep.
I move we adjourn.
All right, I've got a motion to adjourn.
I'll be there just.
April 1st will be our site inspection at 8:30 here. Do I have a second to adjourn?
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. We are over. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.